That's lmclinic.com.
It's the happy hour here on the Guy Benson Show. Kat Timpf is still with us. Now, Kat, I want to turn to on a happier note, because we've now alluded several times to the fact that you gave birth relatively recently. I also, when we were hanging out at your place, had the opportunity to chill with your kid a little bit, who is adorable. Am I correct that when I had last seen this baby, it very much was a Kat Timpf face experience?
Yes.
And then most recently, I was like, well, that is Cam. That's her husband. He, my son, is starting to look more like his father. I mean, he still looks like me, but he's starting to look more like his dad. And he's also really strong, and he's crawling so fast. And he's crawling.
He's not even 8 months old
young
yet.
age.
Yes, he's not even 8 months old yet, and he's crawling fast. He's not just sort of crawling. He's really. We had to get him the cage, playpen, whatever. Cam's like, it's a playpen. I'm like, it's a cage. It's a baby cage. But the fence, too. The big fence, our whole living room is all fenced off because we thought we had a few more months. So
surprise.
But he does not get that. All this to say, he does not get that from me. He does not. I have no physical ability whatsoever. His dad does.
It's kind of how this works. Very quickly before I let you go, Kat, because this is something that we're dealing with in our own house. And it's fine. Overall, it's fine. But it's just an interesting tension. You love your cat and your dog so much. How are they reacting to this new creature getting so much attention in their midst?
Carl is good. Carl's protective.
That's the dog.
Yes. And Sheens, I really do keep them separated a little bit because the baby likes to grab things, and that could be a hospital visit if he tried to grab something. Sheens is a feral cat. Sheens he doesn't go on the offense with anyone, ever.
So sort of a tough subject here on the Best of the Guy Benson Show heading into the new year, but a really, really important one. Maybe make a resolution around getting a mammogram, checking your skin, that kind of thing. Your health is often in your hands. With that, thank you so much for tuning in. It's the Best of the Guy Benson Show on New Year's Eve. We'll talk to you tomorrow in 2026. Happy New Year, everyone.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments, including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz with a rare situation at the Sunset Auto family. Their current used vehicle flooring firm is ceasing business on the West Coast. Because of market conditions and fluctuating book values, roughly 50 vehicles won't be picked up by a new flooring company. And that means Sunset has a deadline. These vehicles have to be gone by December 31st or they get sent to auction. Instead of paying expensive auction and transportation fees, Sunset is making these vehicles available directly to you at deep discounts. It's a 5-day-only event, December 27th through the 31st. Financing is available as low as $4.99 APR for up to 72 months with no payments until late March. Credit approval takes just minutes. Everything happens at Sunset Certified Pre-Owned at the corner of Traffic and Harrison in Sumner, just a couple blocks from Sunset Chevrolet. Full details, including current market value for each vehicle, are online at sunsetautofamily.com. No sale prices are listed because all offers will be considered. Make an offer. Dealers, wholesalers, brokers are welcome. 5 days only, December 27th through the 31st. SunsetAutofamily.com.
Seattle Red on 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO FM, HD3 Tacoma Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastlake.
The president pulling back. I'm Tom Graham, Fox News. President Trump is dropping his push to send in National Guard troops to Chicago, Los Angeles, and Portland, Oregon. This follows several legal challenges to the effort. He made the announcement on a New Year's Eve True Social post, but added in part, "We will come back when crime begins to soar again." Guard troops already left L.A. after the president deployed them earlier this year to crack down on unrest as many protested deportations. Soldiers were also sent to Chicago and Portland, but were never on the streets as legal challenges played out. The Department of Homeland Security is on the ground in Minnesota after accusations of taxpayers being fleeced. Some daycare facilities are being probed, accused of taking government funding, but not actually providing child care. House Oversight Committee announcing today they will hold hearings. Republican Congressman Pat Fallon says they want to hear from Democratic Governor Tim Walz.
He's got to put his big boy pants on and get to D.C. and explain to the American people why under his watch $9 billion were stolen largely from a Somali community that just got to the United States.
Walz insists Minnesota has been battling fraudsters for years. New York City preparing to swear in its new mayor at midnight. Zohran Mamdani becoming a rising figure in the Democratic Party, and he's making plenty of pledges.
This is some of the stuff he has in his progressive agenda, including free child care, those free buses we've talked about, and those rent freezes. Can he even deliver? So we're going to have to see what happens in the new year. Mamdani's been called the new face of the Democratic Party by some people. He's campaigning alongside Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Senator Bernie Sanders, both playing major roles in his inauguration.
Fox's Alexis McAdams, New York Attorney General Letitia James will swear in Mamdani. On Wall Street, stocks ending on a sour note. The Dow giving up 304 points. The Nasdaq off 177. The S&P off 51. America is listening to Fox News.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
10 athletes will face the toughest job interview in fitness that will push past physical and mental breaking points. You are the fittest of the fit. Only one of you will leave here with an iFit contract for $250,000.
This is when mindset comes in.
Someone will be eliminated.
Pressure is coming down.
Trainer Games on Prime Video January 8th. Watch the trailer on trainergames.com.
Welcome to the Jason Rantz Show on this New Year's Eve. You are listening to the best of the Jason Rantz Show.
Folks! The yellow light! I'm walking here!
Good afternoon and welcome to the Jason Rantz Show. We are here on Seattle Red 770 AM. We are streaming on the Seattle Red app, online at seattlered.com, on the Jason Rantz YouTube channel. We are absolutely everywhere you are. Make sure you're tuned in. You're following us everywhere. We got a lot to get to. An interesting theme with really bad people being either ready to die soon or just having died. We're talking about Kevin Coe, the South Hill rapist, and Gary Ridgway, the Green River killer. We're going to get into those stories. But first, we're hearing reaction to folks from yesterday's big announcement from Democrats that they're looking for a payroll tax. That's what's trending, brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
What's trending? The economy.
So we told you yesterday, Sean Scott, the socialist state representative, he is a representative of the Democratic Party, socialism, democratism, one and the same, who represents Seattle in Olympia. And he announced yesterday a statewide payroll tax. Statewide payroll tax that is designed after the Jumpstart tax in the city of Seattle, which has clearly been linked to lots of jobs leaving the city of Seattle and going to Bellevue. Now, on a hyper-local level, a payroll tax in Seattle is great news if you're Bellevue or if you're Kent, or if you're maybe Tacoma, because you're looking at that and saying, whoa, They're so foolish. They're so anti-business that they're going to push companies like Amazon, which built a good chunk of the city of Seattle neighborhoods as they currently exist. You're going to push them out. And you know what? They're going to come here because we're business friendly. And Bellevue as a city is incredibly business friendly. From the mayor, Lynn Robinson, to Jared Neuenhaus, council member, deputy mayor. Like, you have actual people across the aisle, both sides of the aisle, I should say, who are pro-business. And so they'll say, yeah, go ahead and do it in Seattle. But when you do it statewide, well, Bellevue doesn't really have an advantage, do they? Not when it comes to a business that wants to avoid the onerous tax of a payroll tax. So what do the folks in Bellevue know about the hyperlocal impact? A lot. What can they reasonably conclude about a statewide impact of a payroll tax? A lot. The mayor, Lynn Robinson, spoke to Como.
We definitely have room to grow. This would be detrimental to everybody, I think. It's really hard, but we're not doing it by taxing the very businesses that provide our city with the monies that we need to provide human services.
So you think the state should give local control and not try to just cram this down cities' throats?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It was a little editorializing, I think, from Chris Daniels, even though I certainly agree with his editorializing.
It's the good kind.
There is the right kind, I guess, literally the right kind. But she's, of course, correct. And what's so interesting about this, and I'm not going to pile on Chris Daniels for this because I don't know if he was at the press conference yesterday that State Representative Sean Scott held. I'm going to play for you in its entirety, right this moment, all of it, unedited, every question that was asked by a member of the media representing TV or the Seattle Times, Tacoma News Tribune, Spokesman Review, all, the newspapers, okay? And normally I wouldn't play full unedited audio, but this time I think it's worth it. Here are the questions that were asked by the reporters not named Brandy Cruz, who happened to be there. Here it is. That's it. Were you taking notes?
I didn't hear anything.
Exactly. They did not ask a single question. Unless it was edited out of the TVW press conference video, they didn't ask any questions. So what did they do? They showed up to this press conference. They let Sean Scott speak. They amplified everything that he said, didn't challenge anything, didn't question anything. They just let him do his deal. That's called propaganda. You might as well just have state-run television. Why have Como or King or Cairo or Fox 13? Why have the Seattle Times?
Change their names to Pravda.
Yeah, why not? Why not? I mean, you're standing in front of the lawmaker who's introducing these insane ideas, deeply damaging ideas. You might want to even just play devil's advocate. Why would you not want to do that? And again, I'm picking on Como a little bit here, even though, yes, they have a piece out today, which we're playing now, where they're getting the other side. Why not have anyone question Sean Scott? Ask him a tough question. And it was funny, there was a moment during this where Brandy was asking a question, then she's following up, and he's like, I'll answer more of your questions, Brandy, but I want to give other people a chance to ask, and if no one has any questions, don't worry, I'll come back to you. He went right back to her because no one else had any questions. That is embarrassing. That is embarrassing. Seattle media is awful. I'm sorry. I wish that weren't the case. I'm a member of Seattle media. It's a bad look. It's a really bad look. But we know what this is going to do, so maybe they're saying, oh, well, we're just going to attack him on all the... No, they're not. But they are, at least again, at Como's, they're talking to people. Rachel Smith, who chairs the Washington Roundtable, represents the private sector. She says this is a plan that's not really a plan, but it's presented as a plan. So what's the plan?
Feels more like one of those tax first, plan later proposals. Washington already ranks 46th in affordability, and we know that significantly increasing costs for businesses does not lower costs for families in Washington state.
This is obvious, right? I mean, we all kind of know. And part of me wonders if the Democratic establishment, the leadership in Olympia, are a little upset that Sean Scott decided to introduce it in this way, because they're right now trying to convince all of us that they're not going to raise any taxes. They don't want to give folks like me, people like you, an opportunity to start screaming about this inevitability, because then we're going to gain momentum, and it makes it more difficult politically for them to pass not just the payroll tax, but any other income tax or sales tax or property tax increase that they are inevitably going to raise, that they're going to pursue. So they're probably thinking, dude, why'd you do it now? You couldn't wait a month? We're just 3-ish weeks away, 3.5 weeks away from the legislative session? It's a shortened session, so fewer people are even going to be paying attention. It's going to be harder for momentum to build. Couldn't you just shut the heck up? They have to hold that position. And, God bless Bob Ferguson, who's a lying liar who lies. We've got plenty of audio of him over the course of this show, but he was pleading ignorance when asked about the Sean Scott plan.
I haven't seen his proposal.
I don't know what is this? What is even a payroll? What I don't even understand. A paiarale? Is that like an Italian dessert? I don't even know what a payroll tax is.
Well, first I've heard about his proposal. What I'd say is,
by the way, that is a lie. This is a lie. It's not the first time he's heard about this proposal. Do you think the governor of the party in charge, the governor from the party in charge, doesn't get at least a little bit of a heads up as to massive, controversial legislation that's being introduced? Are we supposed to believe that? Is that what we're... Oh, okay. Yeah, this is the first I heard of it. This Sean Scott character, who is he? Is it Sean with EA, or is it SHAUN? Because that's the wrong way to spell it. Oh, he spells it the wrong way?
One thing I do know is that any potential revenue stream like that doesn't solve the budget shortfall we're trying to solve for this next year, right? That we have a multi-billion-dollar shortfall this next year. I want to be clear, not even looking out multiple years. And so by the time you get revenue like that in the door, it doesn't solve your problem that's right in front of us, which again is a multi-billion-dollar shortfall. So happy to take a look at that when that proposal comes around. I've not seen it specifically. Haven't spoken to him about it.
So weird that he can't just flatly reject it. I think he's learned his lesson. Because the last time he said he wasn't going to even entertain an increase in taxes, he decided to do more than entertain. A historic surge in taxes, just signed it into law. And I imagine he didn't like the fact that all of us could just play all the clips of him saying, oh, no, I'm not going to raise taxes. I would never. Clutching his pearl. How? I would never. How dare you?
It was kind of his George H.W. Bush moment. Read my lips.
Worse.
Yeah.
Worse. And the thing is, he got away with it. Again, media doesn't really question him too much on that. Jay Inslee did exactly the same thing when he was in office, right? When he was running for office, he said he wasn't going to increase taxes, and then he immediately increased taxes. It's what they do. These people are liars. Let's find out what else is trending.
What's trending? Bad guy alert.
The injustice of life. You just get into the swing of things, just move into a new neighborhood or two new neighborhoods, then having to go back to the original neighborhood, just wanting to live a life only to see it cut tragically short.
Billy Joel was right. Only the good die young.
It's just really sad. He couldn't even make it into his 80s and 90s. I mean, people are living a long time now. But Kevin Coe, he died of natural causes. This is an injustice that he was able to die outside of prison. That's actually the injustice. Kevin Coe is known as the South Hill rapist. He was able to get out of jail because the judge was all like, yeah, I don't want him to die in jail. He's not really a threat anymore. So they released him. And I will say that was prescient, I suppose. So are we not supposed to say, I'm glad he's dead?
I think with that kind of evil, you can go ahead and
Is that okay? Because, it is a weird position to take. It almost feels heartless until you realize, well, this is a rapist.
Yeah, there's a threshold and he meets it.
Yeah, he's evil, or was. And the thing is, there was all this fight about where he was going to live. They announced initially he was going to be in Federal Way. Then they were like, we don't want him. So then he moved to Auburn, and then Auburn was like, whoa. How could you do this to us, Federal Way? And then they were able to get him to move back to Federal Way. And then it was at that point, everyone was all like, well, he's not actually a threat. Everyone relax. To me, it didn't really matter whether or not he was a threat. That part I don't care about. Was he a rapist? A convicted rapist? Yeah, that's it. That's all. I don't have sympathy for him. He can die in jail. But instead, he died at this adult family home. Officers got there. Fire EMTs got there. They were administering CPR, and he was unresponsive. They pronounced him dead at the scene. Spokane County Prosecutor Preston McCullum spoke to our sister station, Cairo News Radio, and labeled his passing as unimpressive, which is kind of a weird way to frame it. But I can appreciate it, I suppose. The prosecutor, Preston McCollum, said Mr. Coe's passing was as unimpressive as his life, despite the stain he was on humanity. I like this guy. They make him better in Spokane, the prosecutor. You know what I mean? Despite the stain he was on humanity, I've been encouraged to see hope and healing spring from many of the lives of those he terrorized. I pray that those who endured his crimes find some level of solace and that he no longer shares the same state of existence as the rest of us. Ooh, that cut deep. I love it. Guy's kind of poetic. As he now faces his ultimate judge, I'm hopeful we can take steps to reform the broken system that let him see freedom in the first place. This guy's a hero right here. Let's just all make... Preston McCullum, haven't heard of you until this case in the last, 2 months or so? You're a hero, sir. You're a hero. Now, at the same time, it's almost like we're getting an early Christmas gift, perhaps, or Hanukkah, depending on the timing. I mean, if my people really controlled things, our next murderous, disgusting cretin of a subhuman, Gary Ridgway, will die on the 15th. You know what the 15th is?
Is that the first day of Hanukkah?
It is. Well, first night of Hanukkah. So you'd have to wait until after sundown. And then you can accuse my people of being behind this. Imagine that. Make sure that Marjorie Taylor Greene does not listen to this podcast. Please. She's going to start that, isn't she? The Green River Killer is reportedly near death. We got word a couple days ago, and then it started to gain some momentum, that Gary Ridgway, the Green River Killer, is declining in his health and, unlike Coe, will die in prison. Now, 5 sources with knowledge of his condition, speaking with our sister station, Cairo News Radio, and Charlie Harger, said that he is, quote-unquote, near death as of December 1st, and that he's receiving end-of-life care in prison. Now, the Department of Corrections had said that this is nothing more than a rumor. In fact, they called it inaccurate rumors, saying, while we're not able to provide much detail about incarcerated individuals' medical information, we are able to confirm that Gary Ridgway has not had any change to his medical condition. He is also not eligible to be released to a hospice facility since people on life without parole are not eligible. Dave Reichert has a thing or two to say about this. He's going to be on the show tomorrow, and we'll talk about this. And again, it's one of those cases where it does feel kind of odd to want someone to just finally die. I will say in this case, I don't want him to die the way that I wanted Kevin Coe to die. Do you know why? Simple.
Why?
One was released from prison. The other is still in prison. I'm okay with him staying in prison and rotting. And I hope that he lasts a lot longer and is in a whole lot of pain. And to be clear, even then, it would not be enough suffering for the pain that he caused so many people, the pain he continues to cause so many people, because he's not been upfront about all the murders that he committed. We had the story earlier this year where he lied essentially to try to get out of jail for a bit, come to King County with the promise that he's going to provide some new information on the whereabouts of the remains of some other victims, and that was just a scam. And maybe he knew at that time that he was near death and he just wanted to get out for even a day or two and just experience that. I want him to – I like the idea that he's dying. I just don't need him to die just yet because he's currently in jail. And we don't have judges here who are going to completely ignore the rule of law and release this degenerate. So that's, I guess, a glass half full story or not. I don't know. How do you view this?
That he's still alive? Or that?
Like, is it a glass half full story that he's dying or that he is not dying and he's in jail for much longer, depending on which side you believe? I don't know how to phrase this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's one of those weird ones. We'll ask Dave Reichert. I'll stump him with that question tomorrow when he comes on. Ugh. I like that the Department of Corrections expects us to trust anything that they say. I can ask them how many men and women they have in their prisons, and we won't get honest numbers because they allow men who legitimately just pretend to be women so they can get moved to a woman's prison, just get moved to a woman's prison. So I don't know if I really trust anything that they say when it comes to medical expertise or biology, nothing. I don't even expect them to be honest about whether or not he's a corpse. Like, well, what is a living body? It's a body. Is a soul in there? I don't know. I don't know how he identifies now because he's not responsive. Push the button.
What's trending? Crime.
Remember there was a story not long ago, a few weeks ago. What was it, like mid-October-ish, where an 88-year-old grandmother was brutally attacked. It was during a robbery at her home in Rainier Beach in Seattle. And the suspect in the case is accused of biting off her right index finger in order to steal her jewelry, which I suppose is one way. It doesn't seem particularly efficient or hygienic to steal. It's an 88-year-old woman. You could not overpower her without biting off of her finger. That's just really pathetic. So her name is Emma Cotton, and thank God she survived all of this. In fact, she even fought back, according to the police. She's now speaking, and she's taking a position that I can't wrap my own head around, because I feel like I would not be forgiving, but she's one of those people. She's a good person. She's a good person who is forgiving, even though she is dealing with the physical and emotional trauma associated with something like this. She spoke with our friend Jeremy Harris. Never mind. My nemesis, Jackie Kent, over at Como.
I feel like I'm surrounded by angels, and they're going to protect me. Like they did. I said, why did you have to bite my finger off? An 80-some-year-old woman. Would you like that to happen to your grandmother or your mother?
What gave you the strength?
Something tells me the suspect does not care much about his grandmother or mother or any family member. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Thanks to fight back.
God. I wasn't just going to let him stand out there and just beat on me. And I just yelled. Now, that's why I probably don't have a voice.
This woman is a warrior, by the way, because she said the dude attacked her for like 20 minutes, and she was able to survive that. That's just absolutely insane. She also said she gave the attacker her wedding ring, but he wanted the ring on the index finger as well.
That's when I started scratching his face with this hand. And he just kept biting it until he got the ring off. It didn't matter. He could have them. My life was more important.
I will note, and perhaps don't read too much into my take on this. She was willing to give up the wedding ring, but not the other one. I'm not suggesting.
I don't know if she
anything.
was willing.
Well, she said she gave up her wedding rings, but she didn't want to give up the other one.
Well, in the heat of the moment.
I'm just... The reverse I would understand, but they don't give me the information as to what that other ring was and what it meant to her. I don't. Maybe she's divorced and she, still liked the ring. I don't know. So does she forgive her attacker? Mm-hmm.
What is your message for the person responsible?
I forgave him. I just want him to clean his life up.
I love this
and
woman.
do some community work. You'll see
No, I
me
want
out
him in
there.
jail, though.
This one thing is not going to stop me.
I'd like to see him in jail. I will say that. And I say I'd like to see him there because he's not there. He's still on the loose. We haven't had any information. Have you seen any updated information as to the whereabouts? I know the sons of this woman have put out statements basically saying, can y'all help us figure this out? And SPD at this point, maybe they have some suspects. I don't know. But it's not great. There's a $1,000 reward through Crime Stoppers for information leading to an arrest and conviction. And again, how about $1,000 for the arrest? Stop putting it on the condition of a conviction. That the person who gives you the tip they can't play a role in that. That's not fair. $1,000 seems kind of low.
It really does.
You know what I mean? And it's more than nothing. I'm not criticizing Crime Stoppers, but you can put a little bit more money into that, right? I mean, she lost a finger.
Mm-hmm. And not even her pinky. It was her...
It was a useful finger.
Yeah, exactly.
God bless this woman. I can't wrap my head completely around that kind of forgiveness, but I can say that she's a much better person than I am. Good for her. Good for her. 1-800-465-8770 for your texts. Remember when everything was locked down and you weren't driving your car anywhere? Well, not getting the services like your oil change during the lockdowns might have wrecked your vehicle's warranty. So the Sunset Auto family is offering free warranty health checks. They'll look at your warranty and they find out it's shaky or not. If it is, they can get you out of that car or truck and into something better with warranty protection for life. They're online at sunsetautofamily.com. When we come back, there's nothing more annoying than a progressive white woman who loves to explain why Latinos aren't Latino enough. And we got one formerly of MSNBC. You don't want to miss this outrageous audio. We'll get into it and more when we return on The Jason Rantz Show.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight. But when you can't work, care for your kids, or even put food on the table, that diagnosis can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, a plastic surgeon who is proud to support Northwest Hope and Healing. Our mission is to provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare, so patients can focus on healing. For more than 25 years, Northwest Hope and Healing has distributed over $3 million to thousands of local cancer patients, and you can help make a difference in our community. Join us on Saturday, January 31st for Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of fine wine, gourmet cuisine, and inspiration at Mary Hill Winery in the heart of Woodinville wine country. Get your tickets now for Cork, Fork, and Support on January 31st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Feeling the chill this winter? Lake Atitlan Insulation helps Puget Sound homeowners stay warmer, lower energy bills, and enjoy lasting comfort every day. With expert insulation, you'll lock in heat and stop wasting money. And right now, generous Puget Sound energy rebates make upgrades more affordable than ever. So don't spend another cold season overpaying. Local, trusted, efficient. Schedule your free estimate today at lakeatitlaninsulation.com or call 206-660-4624. Lake Atitlan Insulation, where warmth meets wisdom.
Jason Rantz here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn from Nunn Better Tax Resolution. So, Greg, not all tax resolution companies are the same. There are some that are definitely not local. You're calling, you're getting someone in Topeka. There are others that don't quite know what they're doing even.
Well, I tell you, these ads that all of us hear, Fresh Start program, they make it sound so easy, and it's not. People get this idea that you can just barter with the IRS about anything, and that just isn't the case. But they make you feel that way. They make you feel like, hey, man, I can just easy peasy get my taxes written off. No. But they make it sound easy, and they get you in the door typically with a pretty small initial fee, and then maybe you'll get work done or maybe you won't. And I've had several clients actually come to me after going through that process, and they just get no response after a while. They're passed around from person to person. That doesn't happen at my firm.
You are familiar with the cases that come in. You're working on them.
I'm familiar with every case that comes into our office, and I know what's going on and have the ability to really advise our clients, taxpayers, very well on what to do. We're good at it.
Yeah, and things change all the time with the IRS.
Oh, things change. I'd like to say almost every week, but that might be overkill. But at least every month, I learn something new. They change policies or procedures, and then, you got to do something different that you used to do one way for a long time.
Yeah, it seems almost like a full-time job just tracking the changes.
And even in this small little area of IRS niches, if you will, is the resolution. And just that component takes immense amount of time, effort, and hours to keep on top of. And I've been at this now for 12 years. And even after 12 years, I'm still learning things.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, then call Greg Nunn. Nunn Better Tax Resolution, from stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. None Better Tax Resolution.
John Curley here. We value things that last. Local businesses, relationships, community. That's Madrona Financial and CPAs. They've been serving Washington families for decades, combining taxes and investments under one roof. Most firms just do one or the other, but not both. That's why Madrona offers the Madrona Analysis, a simple review of income, taxes, and investments in one plan. Call 833-673-7373 for your complimentary Madrona Analysis. Madrona Financial and CPAs, local, trusted, and here to put the whole picture together.
I got to tell you something, Nick. I have really noticed a difference in your energy level since you started going to the Longevity Medical Clinic.
And you know why?
Why?
Because they actually balanced my hormone levels. And when they do that, the largest change I noticed was that now I could sleep.
And then not only get more sleep, they just get more energy, right?
Right. So that all of a sudden that resulted in me, I started running again and doing all these things that I felt so fatigued throughout the day that I couldn't do anymore.
Okay, so at this point, do you want to apologize to me? Because I was always saying to you, every time you say, I don't sleep, I don't feel well, I feel kind of off, I go, well, you need to get in touch with Longevity Medical Clinic. And you're always like, blah, 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 blah.
I know. But now it's turned into something fun that we get to go in together.
So I need to hear, you were right.
You were right.
You were right. I should have gone to Longevity Medical Clinic.
I should have.
There we go. Fine.
Yes.
You know the right thing to do. Get in touch with Longevity Medical Clinic. Take the free health analysis at lmclinic.com.
Those of you interested in building your very own shop, horse arena, or farm equipment storage, Pac West Arenas will provide your engineering and a kit if needed. A kit includes step-by-step instructions, unlimited communication, and a one-time 4-hour site visit from an expert. If you also need engineering, Pac West Arenas will guarantee it in 10 business days. Consult an engineering and kit expert. Pac West Arenas, your one-stop shop for all your pole building needs. Go to pacwestarenas.com.
You're listening to the Jason Rantz Show on this New Year's Eve. We'll be back with more after this. Welcome back to the Jason Rantz Show. Crystal Ball used to be a host or frequent guest. I think she eventually became a host, mostly on weekends, but she would pop up on MSNBC as a contributor all the time. And then she left. She went independent. She leaned into being a virulent anti-Semite, which is how she's mostly known now. She's a bad person. And bad people usually do interviews with other bad people. Now, I don't know why, over the course of the last 2-ish months, Jennifer Welch has become something. I don't quite understand. She's the host of the I've Had It podcast. She's the shrill former Bravo star who has this podcast. She's the blonde who's just mean all the time and just nasty and just a bad person. She's got a co-host who just kind of sits there looking funny, like a dumb.
I couldn't even tell you her name.
I had to look it up. Angie Pumps Sullivan. She never says anything. She's the goofy-looking one who never says anything with the stupid, thick-rimmed glasses. So Crystal Ball goes on this podcast. And, of course, these are 3 rotten people. Not people who I merely disagree with. They're legitimately rotten human beings. And, of course, they say things that rotten human beings would say. Crystal Ball, in particular, decides to essentially tell people that they are not minority enough if they work for ICE. And she can't understand why brown-skinned people end up working for ICE.
Something else you said you'd had it with are minorities in ICE.
I mean, that connects to this, right?
Yeah.
Not only do you have no moral compass, and how many times have you seen these guys? They've got their masks on, so you can't see their whole face. But what you can see, it's like a brown skin tone and a dude who looks like his last name is probably like Lopez or Hernandez or something. God. It's like, what is wrong with you?
I'll let them finish for a moment, but dear God, if a conservative said this, even hinted at this, you look like a Lopez. How do you think left-wing media would react? They'd probably make a big deal out of it. They probably would. And they would attack the podcast hosts for not pushing back, but just simply nodding along in agreement. They would call this out as racist, especially given the fact that it's a white person saying it. But it's a white, progressive, liberal lady, and so they get to be as racist as they want because they're kind of racist. That's their privilege. It's the white progressive lady privilege. Let's listen to more of this garbage.
Not only do you not have morality, apparently you don't have self-preservation.
Yeah, man, you don't have How dare you, as a Latino, try to deport a Latino rapist or a Mexican rapist, an Ecuadorian drug dealer? How could you do that? You won't be able, don't you understand? First they come for the rapists. Then they come for you.
I mean, these people hate you. They hate you. They hate your family.
You hate them, to be clear. The government does not hate Agent Lopez. You hate Agent Lopez. And you hate him because of the color of his skin. She's not calling out the white people here, although I'm sure she does eventually. She's choosing to attack someone on the basis of their skin color because she doesn't like their profession. What a witch. All of them. They're all witches.
They hate your kids. They hate your future grandkids.
They might hate you. But I think they're well within their rights to hate you.
You don't think you belong here? You're not a quote-unquote heritage American? You're never going to belong?
Who uses the term, by the way, heritage American? She did the quote-unquote heritage American. Is someone saying that?
Yeah, I don't think so.
I've never heard that be used.
And you're the one implementing the violent force against your own community? I just can't wrap my head around that.
Well, because you're an idiot. How about that? That's why. I mean, that's probably why you can't wrap your head around that and so many other things, just like the two nitwits who are on the podcast with you. That's the real issue. I just solved the problem here. That's the answer to the equation. X equals nitwit. And we figured it all out. I mean, again, imagine saying something like this proudly. She's not even saying it kind of sheepish or doing it under her, like every once in a while I'll talk like this because I'm trying to convey a certain kind of message like maybe I shouldn't be saying. Nope, she's just proudly racist and ignorant. And I'm sure her white liberal friends are patting her on the back because, you know what, white liberals love to either be white knights, literal white knights, coming to the rescue of the minority, or telling minorities they're not minority enough. And that is, while not exclusively something that just Democrats have done, it is pretty unique to the Democratic movement, at least the progressives, not Democrats, but progressives, where they will, and have for a very long time, say you're not black enough, you're not gay enough, you're not Jewish enough, or now they're saying you're too Jewy. I mean, that's what they've done for the longest time. And obviously it's happened, for decades, but when it really hit home for me, or at least when I remember it being such a huge problem, it was with Condi Rice. I mean, the attacks that she had to endure, not with policies that she held, but she's not black enough. Clarence Thomas, he's not black enough. He's an Uncle Tom. That's what they would say. That's what they do say. That's what she's arguing here, because someone who happens to be brown-skinned, quote-unquote, joining ICE to deport criminal illegal immigrants. And so I imagine, since the title of their podcast had white nationalists in it, Agent Lopez or Garcia is the brown face of white supremacy. You got Larry Elder, who's the black face of white supremacy. You've got all the white guys who are the white faces of white supremacy. And then you got Lopez and Garcia. Oh, God. I want one of them just to pull down their mask like, lady, I'm Indian. I'm Jakar. Another one to pull it. I just got back from vacation. I'm just tan, you dummy. My name is John Smith. I'm from, I'm from Kansas. I know what you're talking about. I also love the idea that the whole group is a bunch of white supremacists who then welcome in, I guess, the self-loathing Latinos. It is kind of interesting how, I guess, the DEI movement has really hit the white supremacists. Everyone who's deemed a radical is a white supremacist, according to the radical left. And I have no problem like criticizing positions or calling positions extreme, but I forget the guy's name. Who was the Proud Boys guy's Puerto Rican or whatever?
Oh, Enrique Tarrio, I think, or something like that.
Enrique, I think. I look at him. He looks like a Lopez. What can I say? That guy, white supremacist. Like, a white supremacist. Again, you can call him an extremist. You can even call him a domestic terrorist if that's your position. White supremacist?
I think he's like half Cuban or something, yeah.
Right, it doesn't make any sense. Larry Elder, white supremacist. How is he a white supremacist? He's not white. Just call him a supremacist if that's what you wanted to, right? Or just misuse the term nationalist. Just at least do that. I don't understand these people. But again, they do it because they get away with it. There's no real consequences. You think all of a sudden lawmakers on the left or more prominent voices on the left are going to stop going on this show? No, of course not. And Crystal Ball, who I think hosts like an internet show, I don't know if she's still with The Hill, but she used to do a sort of a web-only show for one of the publications. Is she still on The Hill? Look that up. I wonder if she's still there. Because no one's going to stop doing their shows. No one's going to treat Crystal Ball as a pariah. And she's feeling probably pretty good right now because she's been leveling anti-Semitic smears for the last 2 years and hasn't suffered any consequence. If anything, she grew from it. And it's weird. There's like a set of quote unquote independent voices. And I say that in the sense of they're not tied to any mainstream media outlet who have really leaned into the crazy. And this is true of both sides. I suspect it has mostly to do with Qatar giving them a whole lot of money. But have you noticed that those voices on both sides of the aisle have really gotten crazier, more conspiratorial, and anti-Semitic?
Oh, yeah.
Right? It just kind of started.
It's not organic at all, or it doesn't seem organic.
It doesn't seem, because how could all of them just embrace it at once? And that includes, unfortunately, Tucker Carlson. It does.
Mm-hmm.
It includes, of course, Candace Owens, who's just an insane person. And then I was told behind the scenes, someone in the know, I'm not going to say of who or who it was, but of one of the crazies on our side of the aisle. Because we were talking about, like, why is this person doing all this all of a sudden? This person was not a crazy person before. And my friend goes, you want to know why? How much do you think they made that month? That they made this wild conspiratorial claim that was a mix of anti-Semitic and just insane. And I was like, I went high. It was like $1 million. No, a little more. Really? $2 million? No. 2.5? No. We went for a very long time until we finally got to 24.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. And #1 podcast at the time. I don't know if that's still the case, but it's all like programmatic ads. So all the stuff that just gets served automatically, which is one of the downsides of the X, YouTube, Meta, social media sphere, where we're just automatically serving ads independent of content. And on the one hand, like, I don't necessarily want my content not to ever be monetized because someone says, well, he's a conservative. But we got to have some bar. It's between that and the people who just cut clips from TV and then post it online. They're monetizing that. They get paid. They haven't done anything other than cut other people's content and posted it. It is kind of wild. But if you throw in that little bit of Jew hatred in particular, and all of a sudden supporting Qataris, the Qatari government, oh, bam, you're wealthy and you're popular.
You'll see someone will post something and like 5 minutes later it'll be like 20,000 likes. So okay, like there's no way that's real.
It can't be. It's all suspicious. But the money they're making is real.
Yeah,
that part's true. Is it possible to get the Qatari government dollars while still allowing me to call out the Qataris? Or is that would that still be unethical for me?
I think that'd be a tough needle to thread there.
No, I would. I'm just saying, give me the money. I'm still going to call you out for abuses and lack of freedoms, etc. That's what I mean. Would that be noble? Or would I still be taking their money so they're like, well, you're taking blood money? Yeah, but I'm calling them out still.
If you're taking the money and repurposing it to a good cause, you know.
There's this one conservative influencer, Rob something, I forget his name. Yes, thank you. And I've met him a couple times. Seemed fine. He never seemed to me to be like a crazy person. But then he posted, I think it was either Friday or over the weekend, I saw the post, standing on, some either a rooftop or it
was like a balcony.
In Qatar, and like this long post. I held this position on the Qataris for a long time, but now that I'm here, I've really changed my mind. Everyone's just ripping into this. Did you bring your husband? He's gay.
There was a bunch of influencers who all took like the exact same picture in the same spot.
And you know what? Why wasn't I invited? I wouldn't have gone, but don't you kind of want the invite?
Yeah.
Oh, have I not reached that level? How could I have not reached that level yet? 1-800-465-8770 for your texts. 1-800-465-8770. Some more bad news for downtown Seattle. We'll get into that when we come back.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto-pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Are your investment dollars working as hard as they should be? You've spent years building your future. Don't let outdated advice put it at risk. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. We're a veteran-owned firm proud to bring a new standard of financial care to the Seattle area. Our nationally recognized advisors are fiduciaries, ethically bound to put your interests first. That's the highest standard of care in the industry. As a privately held company, we answer to you, our valued clients, not shareholders. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a customized plan. From Bellevue to Tacoma, get advice you can count on. It's time to take a fresh look at your financial plan. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-203-4400. That's 206-203-4400. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz with a rare situation at the Sunset Auto family. Their current used vehicle flooring firm is ceasing business on the West Coast. Because of market conditions and fluctuating book values, roughly 50 vehicles won't be picked up by a new flooring company. And that means Sunset has a deadline. These vehicles have to be gone by December 31st or they get sent to auction. Instead of paying expensive auction and transportation fees, Sunset is making these vehicles available directly to you at deep discounts. It's a 5-day only event, December 21st 27th through the 31st. Financing is available as low as $4.99 APR for up to 72 months with no payments until late March. Credit approval takes just minutes. Everything happens at Sunset Certified Pre-Owned at the corner of Traffic and Harrison in Sumner, just a couple blocks from Sunset Chevrolet. Full details, including current market value for each vehicle, are online at sunsetautofamily.com. No sale prices are listed because all offers will be considered. Make an offer. Dealers, wholesalers, brokers are welcome 5 days only, December 27th through the 31st, sunsetautofamily.com.
Is it time to get your home sold? Nick Southard with Upgrade Realty here. Selling hundreds of homes for over 25 years has taught me presentation is everything. Picture amazing photography, designer staging, and maximum exposure. With my luxurious marketing, you'll sell fast at top dollar and save thousands in fees for just 1% listing commission. To learn more, visit upgraderealty.com. Upgrade your listing for 1%. Upgraderealty.com.
Hey, this is Pete from Home Matters. Tune in this weekend when we'll talk with local business owners about everything in and around your home. Join us on Saturdays from 2 to 3 right here on Seattle Red, or listen to the podcast on mynorthwest.com.
How about a simple New Year's resolution, one that even I was able to achieve? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day FUE treatment. You'll feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places that have been balding or thinning for years. I'm surprised and relieved every time I look in the mirror. You need to know what that feels like. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their highly experienced team, there is no one I would trust more than Advanced Hair Restoration. I experienced their exceptional standard of care firsthand. Your comfort and your results are the top priority of the entire Advanced Hair team. Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 425-449-8185. That's 425-449-8185. Discover what meeting your resolutions could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Happy New Year's Eve from the Jason Rantz Show. Enjoy this best of. Welcome back to the Jason Rantz Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. I really do appreciate it. Did you know that Seattle leads the nation in office rent declines? And usually when we say rent goes down, you're like, well, that's great news. No, it really isn't. Certainly not in this context. Why is it going down? Because there's so many vacancies, particularly in downtown Seattle. There are a lot of businesses who are not going back into the office for a variety of reasons. But when specifically we're talking about downtown Seattle, it's because people don't feel safe. It was overpriced to begin with. And sure, they'll pay for slightly higher rent if there's some sort of status associated with the location, but there isn't. There's just a whole lot of homeless people and open-air drug use and crime, and they're just choosing not to do it. You've got a vacancy rate that's still about 30, almost 35%. It's like 34 point something percent, which is insanely high. That is insanely high. And they're looking at the data, and this is how you can read between, or here's how you can decode some of the bad faith or just really bad reporting on all of this. You'll get some story about, this huge company leasing this massive office space in downtown Seattle, 20,000 square feet across 5 different floors, spending $1 billion, blah, blah. And they'll put it out there and the news will cover it. And it will include some line from either a lawmaker or some advocate for the area, essentially a lobbyist, who will say, see, Seattle is alive and well. And then you'll have editorializing in talk radio or in columns somewhere or on a podcast saying, see, the conservatives, they're lying to you about the death of Seattle. Look at this. They're spending all this money. Yeah, that's not the problem. The problem is literally everything else. They've not been seeing some of the bigger companies investing downtown because for them, there is some prestige in saying you're in a city with Seattle in it. That's still the reality. It's all the other space, the space that truly does account for the heart of a community or a business district. It's not just Amazon. Amazon is not going to completely leave Seattle at any point in the near future. Payroll tax might push them out of the state at some point, but not in the near future. We're talking about everything else. And it's good to have an Amazon, but Amazon alone cannot save downtown Seattle. It can't just be on them. It can't just be on the big business. We got to see the small, mid-sized businesses. And they're just saying, no. Some of them are still relying on the work from home model in many cases, not necessarily because they want to, but because it's just cheaper for them. And when we're talking about smaller businesses, mid-sized businesses, especially in tech where we're seeing a whole bunch of folks being laid off, they don't want to put their money into real estate if they don't have to, if they feel like they just absolutely don't have to. So this is just really, really bad. If you are in a position where you're looking to move and you do have to be in an office, I will say you can get some really great deals right now. The landlords of these properties are offering huge concessions to get people to move in. And that means really flexible lease terms. We're not going to have you have to sign like a 5-year term. They're giving a, lower rate than you would otherwise expect, throwing in parking, things like that do add up. So I suppose if you're in a position where you absolutely need to have office space, or let's say you're getting kicked out of the current place you're at, or your lease is up and they're going to, bulldoze the building, you can probably find some really great things. You do have to contend, though, with the realities of working downtown. And especially at night, it's not great. And I say this as someone I got a dog in April of last year. I don't think we've talked about this yet. Yeah,
it was like a year and a half ago.
I know. My bad. I forget.
More than that.
Yeah, almost 2, really. His name is D'Artagnan. And his daycare is not in downtown, but it's right nearby. And for me to get there, if I'm taking the bus, which I usually do when I'm taking him because I like to walk in the morning and the afternoon or evening, I have to get off the stop in downtown. It's always an adventure. And by adventure, I mean, how many discrete photos can I take of homeless drug addicts without them noticing and then attacking me? And it's become a game. I've only almost got caught once. Now, it just turns out that the person who almost caught me was holding what looked like a sword. So that one was a real close call. I did get yelled at once by a drugged out homeless person who caught me. And then I showed my phone after I quickly swiped it down. Like, what are you talking about? And she goes, I think I even recorded it. I think she goes, I saw you swipe down. But she didn't attack me at least. And I just kept on walking. And I didn't have D'Artagnan with me at the time because he would be good to protect me because he will cut you if you even just look at me in a friendly way. He's always perceiving threats against me, which I can appreciate. The only person in my life who will defend me. You won't.
Physically? Yeah, probably
or
not.
Nothing. No, emotionally. Verbally. You're not going to do. What are you going to do? Curly accused me of being on GLP-1s. What'd you say?
I've never heard him say that, so
no, I told you.
I never butted in.
Yeah, a true producer who is loyal would have proactively gone up to him and say, look, I don't like this. I don't like this. You know damn well he's been going to the gym and being all biohackery for almost 7 months now.
I need to address the elephant in the room.
Just address it.
And that's not a fat joke.
You son of a... I also say, you know why he's not going to do it? Because it's not in pill form. Pill form, he'll do it in a heartbeat. I have no stigma at all. You give me a pill to take, I already take 100 supplements. Just throw in another pill. I'm not going to inject myself with a needle. I even remember looking at it because I tried to see, because I can do the self-injector thing but a syringe. The self-injector was like $2,000 or something a month. I'm like, I'm not doing that. I'll just work hard. $2,000? What are you, nuts? 1-800-465-8770 for your text messages. You are listening to The Jason Rantz Show on Seattle Red. Online at seattlered.com.
All right, here's a quick confession.
The reason Nick, my wife, is going to Longevity Medical Clinic is because why?
I got sick of watching you sleep at night when I was awake.
Wait a minute. Here's what would happen. I'd be asleep because I've got my hormones balanced thanks to Longevity Medical Clinic. I'm asleep, and then Nick would go, "Are you asleep? Are you sleeping? That's not fair. I can't sleep." I'm like, "So you're going to wake me up?"
Yes, because I didn't want you to have more energy than I would the next day, and I was up all night.
So what did I say to you? I said, so go to the Longevity Medical Clinic. Do the same thing I did. Get your hormones balanced. You'll sleep better, right?
And I did.
Right. You don't have to wake me up anymore and go, it's not fair that you're sleeping.
I know.
But didn't you see that it wasn't fair that you were waking me up?
Yes, because now you're the one taking the dogs out because I'm still asleep in the morning.
So we're both getting good night's sleep. We're both getting lots of energy, and we're happy.
You want me to tell you why? Because my hormones are now balanced.
Okay, I don't want to hear about your hormones.
Seattle Red on 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO FM, HD3 Tacoma Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastlake, 33 BU Seattle.
More boats sent to the bottom of the ocean. I'm John Saucier, Fox News. The Department of War says they've conducted airstrikes on 3 more alleged drug boats out of Venezuela. Here's Fox's Jessica Rosenthal.
The Department of War says they conducted strikes on 3 narco-trafficking vessels traveling as a convoy along known drug trafficking routes in international waters. In the first boat, 3 people were killed. The individuals on board the other 2 vessels jumped overboard, and according to U.S. Southcom, they distanced themselves from their boats before those 2 vessels were struck. Southcom then notified the Coast Guard to activate a search and rescue mission. With 3 separate strikes conducted Tuesday, this means there have been a total of 33 since September 2nd, with 109 people killed. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
The United States announcing it's posing sanctions on 4 companies it says are operating in Venezuela's oil sector as well as associated oil tankers. It comes as President Trump's administration increases pressure on Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. Both Congress and the federal government are trying to get to the bottom of allegations of fraudulent child daycare centers in Minnesota. Fox's Garrett Tenney reports from Chicago.
With this scandal seemingly growing by the day, the Trump administration is taking action to cut off the spigot of this fraud. The Department of Health and Human Services has now frozen $185 million in funding for Minnesota's child care programs, while the Small Business Administration has paused $5.5 million in grants for the state. The Justice Department says it has already charged 98 people involved in this massive fraud scheme, and federal officials say a whole lot more arrests are coming.
The House Oversight Committee has scheduled 2 hearings, one in January, another in February, calling on Minnesota Governor Tim Walz to testify. Governor Walz says he's willing to work with Congress, but accused the committee of having a track record of holding circus hearings. And President Trump announcing on Truth Social he's removing National Guard troops from Chicago, Los Angeles, and Portland. America's listening to Fox News.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
10 athletes will face the toughest job interview in fitness that will push past physical and mental breaking points. You are the fittest of the fit. Only one of you will leave here with an iFit contract for $250,000.
This is when mindset comes in.
Someone will be eliminated.
Pressure is coming down.
Trainer Games on Prime Video January 8th. Watch the trailer on trainergames.com.
Happy New Year's Eve from the Jason Rantz Show. Enjoy this best of.
Coach! The yellow light! I'm walking here!
Good afternoon and welcome to the Jason Rantz Show. We are here live on Seattle Red 770 AM. We are streaming live on the Seattle Red app and seattlered.com. Everything that's wrong with EBT cards and recipients managed to make it into a package of about 1 minute and 32 seconds from a television network. We're going to play the unbelievable audio, but first, somewhat ironically, Washington clean air rules are stalling a critically important upgrade for a certain profession, and it means they're still polluting Washington state air. And it's disturbing to even talk about, but we will, because it's what's trending, brought to you by the Sunset Auto family.
What's trending? Eco scams.
I don't like talking about death. It's really depressing. I mean, I'm going to live forever, but to think about all you people dying, it's just really sad.
Even me?
Well, especially you. Are you me?
No.
Okay, so you're going to die.
Yeah.
Everyone else is going to die.
No, I'm saying, but you thinking about me dying is what I was talking about.
Well, I think about you dying a lot.
And that's what I was, yeah, okay.
I just generally, right? Am I the only one who just kind of feels, I don't want to talk about death. I don't want to talk about funeral homes. I don't want to talk about cremation services. It's just all, to me at least, really depressing. And yet, I guess we can add this to the list of why we can't stand Democrats. They're making me talk about this. Washington State has created an unintended crisis for the funeral industry because of their changes to fuel-efficient cremation machines, courtesy of a new law around cleaner air. In fact, it turns out that pursuing cleaner air in the state, because of the way they wrote their law, it's now forcing crematories to rely on older and less efficient machines because the modern low-emission replacements are still blocked by permitting laws. I mean, this tells you everything you need to know about what's wrong with the modern Democratic Party. They are extremists on so many issues, especially around the environment, but they also love a good bureaucratic nightmare. They love it. They love bureaucracy. And so one ends up killing the other. The Seattle Times had this report, and we've got the link up at seattlered.com. And they talked to some guy locally named Brian Lorenzen. He owns Soli Funeral Home out in Everett. And back in 2022, he purchased this really top-of-the-line, fuel-efficient cremation machine. I don't love the idea of a fuel-efficient cremation machine because it feels like, what if it's not as fuel-efficient as you think? It's just using less flame and the body just is there and it takes long. You know what I mean? There just seems something wrong with this. But he says it works. He's really excited. I don't know if excited is the right word to use it. But we're now 3 years later, soon 4 years later, he hasn't even been able to use it because he's still waiting for a clean air permit. And so he's got to use his 25-year-old machine, which he presumes, given the modern nature of this new machine, that the old one is a greater source of pollution. They say with nearly 80% of Washington residents choosing cremation in 2024, funeral directors are warning that permit delays are making it harder to keep up. Now, this is all coming from a clean air regulation enforced by the Puget Sound Clean Air Agency. It's implemented by the Department of Ecology. It's a stricter regulation, and they only apply to the new machines, whereas the older equipment was grandfathered in so it could basically run the way it's always run. And they're talking to all these different funeral directors, and they're like, yeah, this is a real issue. We're waiting forever to get the permits. There's a huge backlog on all of this. But even when the new permits are issued, they're restricted severely, they say. And the whole process is, I'm not going to get too in the weeds, but there's like some chemical that needs to be better scrutinized before you get the permit, which is part of the reason why you're seeing this long wait. But at the end of the day, again, you're telling me that there's this massive emergency, right? There's a climate emergency, a climate crisis. We're all potentially going to die as a direct result of this. We're like an hour and a half away from a total climate catastrophe if we're going by AOC math. And so they pass all these laws, they implement all these policies. They say you have to do this and that and this and that and that and this in order to mitigate the threats of climate change. But then at the same time, while you're trying to do that, they're all like, well, you got to wait for your permit. You got to wait for the permitting process. Okay. 3, 4, 5 years? So is it an emergency or is it not an emergency? Pick a lane. Again, the plastic bag ban or the plastic bag restrictions on the single-use plastic bags, you have to go now to one that's 4 times as thick as what we used to have. And this was all, they said, to cut down on the use of plastic bags. Except we ended up creating more waste because, and I don't know why this was a big shocker to the Washington State Democrats who passed this law, when they say it's 4 times thicker than a thin plastic bag, doesn't that mean more plastic is being used?
That's what logic would suggest.
Okay,
yeah.
So 4 times. You would have to cut down on a whole lot of people using plastics to make it so that you're not wasting more plastic, correct? Just on the basic math?
Yep.
Like 4 times more? Okay.
Yeah.
Did we do that?
No.
No. And Wazoo did their study. They gave the study to the state. What did the state do in response? Like, oh, we disagree with what we just paid for this study to tell. We don't like it. And they just ignored it and they moved forward with their plastic bag policy. And now we're going to spend more money on plastic bags in the new year. So we're creating more plastic, which you told us is horrible for the environment, which is why you banned single-use plastic bags. But you're moving forward with it anyway, even though it's creating more of the waste that you say is destroying the environment. Does that make any sense? It's almost like this is, in fact, an eco scam. It's almost like it's not the threat that they tell us. And this is someone who believes in climate change. I'm saying this as that person. I'm saying it. Like, I believe in climate change. It's obvious according to the data. I just don't think we should destroy economies in order to have negligible positive results. But the other side, they're saying they believe it. And then they institute policies that make it worse. But I'm the bad guy, not them. Right. Let's find out what else is trending.
What's trending? Woke madness.
There's a video that has been spreading on TikTok. Don't know when it was taken or where it was taken, but we know it was in the last 100 days or so because this is after the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Based on some of the context of the tweets I saw, this happened within the last week or so. And some crazy woman who might have like a sliver of a point in her complaint in a local Target, she goes about it the wrong way because she sees an employee who, how old could this employee be? She's an older woman.
Yeah.
60s?
70. I was going to
maybe even 70s. Yeah. I mean, she's an older woman who, God bless her, she's still in the workforce. She's working at a Target. She's doing whatever it is she can, maybe because she has to, maybe because she's just not ready for retirement. Or maybe it turns out she's 37 years old and she looks really, really bad for her age. But I'm pretty sure it's an old lady. And she's wearing, you're supposed to wear a red shirt at Target because that's the color of their Target logo. Except she's wearing a Charlie Kirk shirt that says freedom in white and the rest of it is red. I don't think she was wearing an appropriate shirt for the workplace. She says Target says it's okay, and good, okay, great. I don't think you should wear anything political or quasi-political when you're on the job. That's just, and I take that position across the board. But it's not that this was a political shirt that upset the psycho lady who decided to confront this staff member. It's that it was a Charlie Kirk political shirt, which is why she comes off as an absolute insane person.
They let you wear that shirt here?
Yes. Why? Why are you taking my picture?
Why are you wearing that shirt? You're working. It's not a Target
red shirt. I can wear any red shirt.
It's not a plain shirt.
It doesn't have to be.
It's a Charlie Kirk shirt.
Yes. Yes, I know.
Why not just lead with that then, lady? You have to really just kind of work your way into that. That's why she's upset. It's a Charlie Kirk shirt. It's not that it's because it's not a plain red shirt. If it was a red shirt that said something from Planned Parenthood, I'm sure she would be celebrating this and say, good for you.
Are you stupid?
No.
Why the would you wear that? You're at work at Target. That's not a Target shirt. It's not a plain red shirt. You support a racist.
Oh, here it comes.
It's not racist.
You support a racist.
I've never hated a woman more than I hate this one right now. You know, I said yesterday Jennifer Welch is the worst person in the world. Is this Jennifer Welch?
I was going to say it might be her.
It could be her. Maybe her kid if she has one.
Not a racist.
Yes, he is.
No,
yes, he is.
I'm sorry.
Imagine for a moment you hate someone so much and you're so unhinged that you're going to berate a 60 or 70-year-old woman at a Target who's almost certainly working because she has to.
Just minding her own business.
She was doing nothing, and unless you were really even paying attention, because I'm familiar with the shirt that she's wearing, it's very subtle. This is a very, very, very subtle message on this shirt. It's even hard to read it with the white lettering. But imagine being so unhinged that this is your response in public, and you posted it. So you think that you're some sort of hero for berating an elderly woman?
Sorry, but I'm not going to stand here and argue.
Who sounds, by the way, like the sweetest woman ever. Like, she's so sweet, you can tell.
You're not. You should go get your manager. You should not be allowed to wear that at work.
Why don't you go get the manager, Karen? Why don't you go get her?
Go get the manager and tell on yourself.
Yeah, I want you to go tell on yourself. That's what Charlie would have wanted.
Unacceptable. Unacceptable.
That's your opinion.
No, the opinion is he's a racist and you support him.
That's your opinion, ma'am.
And you should not be allowed to wear that. This is going to be taken above your head. That's insane. Insane.
Oh, I love that one.
Piece of
Yeah, no, I think you should look in a mirror, lunatic. What a rotten person.
She made such compelling arguments, too.
Man, it would suck if someone would find out who she is. And, you know, the worst part about the internet is that they're just incapable of tracking these people down within like an hour of a posting and then putting all of the person's information. Oh, we found out all that information already? Her name is Michaela or Michela, Michellea, Ponce, Ponce.
Michaela, maybe?
Michaela, is that how it's spelled?
Could
I don't
be.
know. Okay, Michaela Ponce or Ponce. She's a nurse who is from Orlando, California. I've never heard of that place. I thought they misspelled Orlando, but then it said California. I'm from California. I've never heard of this place. She's the one responsible, according to the interwebs. They found out who she was immediately. And she works as a nurse at a nonprofit healthcare system based in Chico, California, which I'm assuming then that's where Orlando is. And she holds, or at least held, patient care roles. And she's got about almost 20,000 followers on TikTok. So I think she qualifies as an influencer. I am so glad she's getting dragged for this. And of course, the photo that they find is her wearing a red hat that says, "Make racism wrong again." Ugh. There's not a single person who's legitimately upset about the woman wearing the shirt. And I say this as someone who actually agreed with the complainant in this in a general sense of just don't wear political shirt. It is a political shirt. It shouldn't be seen as political, but it is seen as political. And I don't, unless Target is a specific, and kudos to Target if they actually gave her permission to wear that. I love this Target, and not that I would ever shop at Target, but I would encourage you to shop at Target. You probably spend money at Target.
My girlfriend loves Target.
Yeah,
I'm not a fan, but
every woman loves Target.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Kudos for them for allowing this to happen. I haven't seen much as far as consequences for this Karen. But she is getting dragged, and I'm okay with that. That makes me feel good. If it's in fact actually her, if it's not her, shame on whomever put that information out there. It's being reported in the Hindustan Times.
I've seen that publication before.
I actually have too. I'm pretty sure it's run by robots.
Probably.
Let's find out what else is trending.
What's trending? You can't make this up.
So under Maha, there are now going to be in the new year new restrictions on what someone can purchase with their SNAP benefits. So SNAP or EBT. Food stamps is what it used to be called. And you've got permission at the federal level for states to restrict what can be purchased via SNAP on their monthly benefits. You just have to opt in. Now, there are 12, 13, 14, like 17, 18, almost 20 states that have opted in to redefine what types of foods can be purchased with SNAP dollars. And they're going to be a little bit different state to state, But in most cases, what we're talking about banning for the purchase via SNAP is soda, candy, just garbage food. And it makes total sense for MAHA as a movement, especially under RFK Jr., to make this kind of move. And it seems very obvious why you would do this. Just because you're poor or low income does not mean you should be spending this subsidy on food that's going to make you sick, which then means, because if you can't afford food, you probably can't afford health care. So now you become a bigger strain on the system because you continue to down a bunch of soda and chips and candy and crap. You end up becoming overweight, diabetic. You end up having to go to the hospital a lot or rely on medications, which is really expensive. So it makes total sense to me. But if you are a food stamp recipient who has no shame, you go on a St. Louis news network from KMOV, and you make a total fool of yourself.
What's the point of food stamps if it's just for real food?
Let's start with that sentence. I know it's only a minute and 25 seconds, this whole clip, and we're only 2.5 seconds in. But it seems like a good place to start. The point is to spend it on real food. That is what EBT exists for. That is why you have it. It's so you can get nutritious food. That's the intent. When you come out and say, what's the point? That is the point. That's the entire point. It has always been the point.
She's so close.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. And, of course, she doesn't stop.
What's the point of food stamps if it's just for real food?
Hannah Moore believes she and other SNAP recipients should be able to go into the grocery store and buy whatever they like.
And by the way, you can go into a grocery store and buy whatever it is you like with your own money. If that's what you want to do with your money, go for it. It's not your money.
That's not even cool. Like, why they do that?
Because your health matters? Because we don't want to get people fatter and sicker? And because we've been doing this way, the way she wants, for decades, right? And how's that worked out for us? It hasn't.
Next year, soda, candy, prepackaged sweets, prepared desserts, and juice with less than half of natural fruit or vegetable juice in it will not be allowed.
You shouldn't have any juice, by the way. Don't drink juice.
To be purchased on SNAP cards.
I don't know what Trump is doing. I don't know what's going on.
Missouri's move comes after the Trump administration's push to let states ban junk food products, all a part of their Make America Healthy Again agenda.
In the state's waiver application, they say healthy and nutritious families are more likely to be on the path of self-sufficiency. They add these types of foods lead to chronic diseases such as heart disease and diabetes.
Governor Mike Kehoe says they're looking to refocus SNAP to maximize nutritional health for families.
Thank God I don't got kids, but the people out there that got...
Yeah, I was thinking the exact
That's
same
the first thing we agree on.
100%. You and I are simpatico on that.
My kids is not going to be cool.
Moore says she's more into fruits and veggies, but we're...
No, she's not. No, she's not. No one responds the way she responds if you're into fruits and veggies, okay?
It's about families with kids potentially unable to purchase snacks, and others like Arsenio...
Kids can purchase snacks. Again, you can purchase snacks that aren't crappy, that aren't going to kill your kid eventually, that aren't going to make your already fat kid fatter.
If anything, this would be most beneficial for people with kids.
Exactly. This is really for them. This is more for kids than it is for anybody else.
Townsend agree.
Sometimes adults might want to snack something every now and then.
The Missouri Department of...
Okay, get dark chocolate. 90%. Oh, God, that's the best. Find a dark chocolate. Even though dark chocolate has a lot of crap in it, like arsenic, things like that, like it's really high with some stuff. That is, if I'm ever going to have a treat, because I don't eat dessert, I don't really eat sugar at all. If I'm going to eat it, it's going to be the darkest dark chocolate you could find. It should say on the cover, like on the nutritional label, it should be labeled, "This is so dark you're going to puke, don't take it. It's too bitter. That's the kind that I love."
Social Services oversees SNAP, but told First Alert 4 recently that they could not break down specific items purchased by SNAP recipients. Townsend believes folks will just use cash to buy their favorite candy now.
Well, I don't think it'll make a difference, really.
The state also says they're now working to create clear guidelines to ensure the new rule is being followed.
I love this idea. It's a great idea. Kudos to RFK Jr. I swear, I went from having a healthy skepticism of RFK Jr. Politically, I obviously disagree with it. Take that part completely off the table. Just from a health perspective, because I didn't think he would be a good Secretary of Health. I am all in, man. I'm still waiting for something he's done, and it'll have to happen, that I just completely disagree with. Has he done anything yet that I can completely disagree with?
Not policy-wise.
Right? Yeah.
Sometimes you might say something that you think is a little kooky.
Ignore that part. Again, it's like what he's actually officially done as Secretary of Health and Human Services. Can you point to a policy or a decision he's made that is just like, I can't get behind this. I like him otherwise, but I can't get behind this. I can't even think of it. I'm sure they've got to exist. But even like what he's doing with airports, not that I think it's going to be a huge success because no one's going to really work out in any meaningful way. But it does, again, it kind of just sends the message. Maybe you say to yourself, okay, I'm not going to go do pull-ups there, but maybe I'll walk around a little bit.
It's kind of a culture shift.
Yeah, and the best thing that they can do, and I don't think they can legally do this, God bless all the Auntie M's and Cinnabons and all that. Kick them out of airports. Kick them out. You can still have like your Starbucks, so you can still get the crap if you want it, but they at least have some items that aren't just total crap. It's awful, but you know what I mean? Get rid of the Cinnabons from the airports. You don't need them anyway, and they're too expensive to begin with. Or put a fat tax on them. Like the fatty tax. Is going to make you.
Well, we kind of do that. Like some places do that with like soda and stuff. So
yeah, and I'm against that, but in this case, I'm totally for it. Because every time I walk by, like if I'm in Vegas, there's a Cinnabon. I think it's a Cinnabon, or maybe an Auntie M. Wasn't one of them. There's always a long line, and I'm walking by. I'm like, none of you should be in that line. You should be walking laps in the airport, not standing in that line for that crap. Ugh. Although it tastes delicious, I'm sure. I haven't had a Cinnabon or an Auntie M's since I was like,
if I was on death row, that might be what I would get.
Really?
Yeah, it's so good. I mean, I would never get it because it's terrible for you, but
that's why you wouldn't get it, not because you would never be on death row.
I'm saying like, if I was on death row, I would, but like,
why would you be on death row, Jackson?
Maybe I did something horrible. I don't know.
Tuck show
or I was framed.
It's the one-armed man. The Sunset Auto family are loyal supporters of Seattle Red and want you to know that every qualifying new and used vehicle comes with oil changes for life. That's going to save you thousands over the lifetime of your vehicle. So when you're ready for your next car or truck, be sure to visit our friends at the Sunset Auto Family in Auburn or Sumner, online at sunsetautofamily.com. When we come back, the threat of landslides and floods and windstorms still very real for a lot of folks. We'll get into it when we come back on the Jason Rantz Show this hour, brought to you by the Northwest Safe Company.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. When it comes to protecting what matters the most, you should be trusting the best. The best is Northwest Safe. NWSafe.com. And Northwest Safe is an exclusive Liberty Safe dealer. You get better pricing, exclusive rebates, and you get first dibs on making sure that perfect safe for your home is in stock, ready to go. There are a few options here. You can visit their showroom in Enumclaw. I think you're going to be very impressed when you see the hundreds of safes they have on display. But if you need help choosing, let's say you're on their website, nwsafe.com, and you're like, I think this one would be good for me, but you're not sure. They've got an expert sales team. They'll even do a personal video walkthrough to help you find that perfect fit. And when it's time after the purchase to get it delivered, they don't just drop it off at your front porch and then leave you to figure out what to do. No, they bring it upstairs, downstairs. They bolt it into your basement floor if that's what you want. Protect your firearms. Secure your valuables and do it with white glove delivery and unbeatable service with Northwest Safe, which makes sure Liberty Safe does what it does best, keeping you safe. NWSafe.com.
When the rain doesn't stop and the water begins to rise, a home shouldn't be left vulnerable. Heavy storms and flooding can cause lasting damage, but homeowners don't have to face it alone. Lake Atitlan Insulation specializes in water drainage solutions that protect properties and provide peace of mind. Call today before the damage is done. Lake Atitlan Insulation. Local, trusted, efficient. Visit lakeatitlaninsulation.com and schedule your free estimate today. Call 206-660-4624. Lake Atitlan Insulation, where warmth meets wisdom.
I got to tell you something, Nick. I have really noticed a difference in your energy level since you started going to the Longevity Medical Clinic.
And you know why?
Why?
Because they actually balanced my hormone levels. And when they do that, the largest change I noticed was that now I could sleep.
And then not only get more sleep, you just get more energy, right?
Right. So that all of a sudden that resulted in me, I started running again and doing all these things that I felt so fatigued throughout the day that I couldn't do anymore.
Okay, so at this point, do you want to apologize to me? Because I was always saying to you, every time you say, I don't sleep, I don't feel well, I feel kind of off, I go, well, you need to get in touch with Longevity Medical Clinic. And you're always like, blah, 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 blah.
I know. But now it's turned into something fun that we get to go in together.
So I need to hear, you were right.
You were right.
You were right. I should have gone to Longevity Medical Clinic.
I should have.
There we go. Fine.
Yes.
You know the right thing to do. Get in touch with Longevity Medical Clinic. Take the free health analysis at lmclinic.com.
Tune in to The Money Professor with Chris Longworth.
Having some certainty about your plan is definitely going to give you all the advantages.
Chris has the heart of an educator.
A couple of different ways that you can develop a retirement income stream that is infallible. It's simply not subject to the risk and loss of the marketplace.
Tune in to The Money Professor with Chris Longworth. Saturdays at 10 a.m. and Sundays at noon on AM 770 KTTH.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Is it time to get your home sold? Nick Southard with Upgrade Realty here. Selling hundreds of homes around the Sound for over 25 years has taught me presentation is everything. And with my luxurious marketing, you'll attract tons of buyers, sell fast at top dollar, and net more money. Because Upgrade Realty will save you thousands in fees for only 1% listing commission. To learn more, visit upgraderealty.com. Upgrade your listing for 1%. Upgraderealty.com.
You're listening to the Jason Rantz Show on this New Year's Eve. We'll be back with more after this.
Olympia, Sammamish, Lakewood, Bellevue.
This is the Big Local on the Jason Rantz Show.
Bellingham, Kirkland, Z-Town.
Stories about you, not about Seattle.
Look at that. It's 4:30 on a weekday afternoon. That means it's time for the Big Local. Brought to you by The Dana Show, hosted by Dana Lash, weekdays, 9 to noon, right here on Seattle Red. This is the part of the show where we completely ignore the stories coming out of Seattle and instead focus all of our attention on the communities you live in and care about most. We start in Pierce County, where a woman was in court today after being arrested 3 times in 8 days. Each time, according to the deputies, she said she was using whippets behind the wheel.
Have you been huffing today?
No.
Not in the car just now?
No.
Not at all?
No.
They don't buy it. They're like, no, you've been using.
When you said Whippet, I thought you meant the dog.
I wish this were. Oh, I love Whippets. They're so adorable.
Fast, too. They're probably faster than the car.
Probably. Oh, my gosh. When was the last time you even heard the slang term Whippet for drug use in any of these stories? Like, Whippets, obviously not new. If you're unfamiliar with the slang term, it's just inhaling nitrous oxide. That's all a Whippet is. So it's like in whipped cream at the end, like if they put too much in it, let's just say, no more, you just push the button. It's like, that's all that we're talking about here. And it can be used in, I don't know if they still use it with dental sedation, but at least it used to be used for dental sedation. And usually what you do is you crack open the metal cartridge, you fill a balloon, and then you inhale the gas and you get high. And if you people who were Whippet users, you kind of look at them and like, yeah, that kind of makes sense. You look like one. You seem like one. And it was super popular as early as like the late 1700s. Like, this is a really old school drug. And in the 90s, maybe early 2000s as well, during the sort of the rave club scene at the time, this became a really popular drug. It was really big to say that, hey, I want to do some Whippets. It's just so weird. Then it kind of went away for about a decade. Then it showed up again 2010. Some of the research I saw said like 2012, 20 to 2015. It was an easy way to discreetly get high for some people. But then it just kind of went away. And now you just generally don't hear about Whippets being used anymore, except this woman got caught. Brandon Thompson from Cairo 7 TV was there as she was in front of a judge.
Body camera video shows that law enforcement found canisters all around her car, the back under.
She might have just liked whipped cream. One of those people who just, shoots directly into their mouth. You know what I mean? Usually kids do it. She just likes what why are you laughing in there? What's wrong with that? Do you not like whipped cream?
My dad used to do that too for us when we were kids.
Yeah. Now, was your dad a drug dealer?
Not that I'm aware.
Was he trying to get you high? Was he a Whippet degenerate? No, he was just enjoying the whipped cream. Leave her alone.
Her brake and gas pedals, and even outside her car. Prosecutors requested a.
Okay, how much could you possibly take? Outside of your car, littering your car. Jeez.
Arrest warrants for her totaling $100,000 in bail, noting, quote, Ms. Robertson has indicated in one of the reports that she is suffering from an addiction to inhalants.
What? I would have just said a sugar addiction. It's like, officer, I've tried to go full keto. It's very difficult.
Well, it is very addicting, so.
It really is. Sugar, you know what? I'm leaning into Maha. I'm cutting out the sugar, I promise, but it's not what you think.
Can we say it's more addictive than cocaine, or like with lab rats, or anyway?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, sugar is a very addictive chemical. It's horrible. It makes you fat on top of everything else. So, at least some of the other addictions, you get skinny. You know what I mean? It's like the only good side of that. If you really want to try to justify your horrific, deadly addiction, is like, well, at least I could fit into my prom dress. What? I'm not justifying it. I'm saying that's how other people justify it. Why do you think they're always so skinny in Hollywood? It's cocaine. It was cocaine. Now it's Ozempic. Now they're snorting Ozempic.
Maybe Adderall, too.
And Adderall. Yeah, that's also true. Oof. I'm going to say she's innocent. I think she's being framed. I think she's being framed by Big Jell-O. Did you ever put whipped cream on Jell-O?
Yeah.
Right? That was the thing I used to only put it on. I know you can sometimes put it on ice cream, I guess, but I don't like ice cream. It's too sweet. What else can you put?
Fruit.
Yeah. I mean, there was the people who think it's like a diet food, which it's not, by the way. It's incredibly unhealthy for you to have whipped cream. Unless you're getting like the super organic kind of stuff. fine. But the kind of
putting
stuff,
the Ready Whip on.
Yeah, the Ready Whip, that is not healthy. It's not just empty
But it
calories.
has such few calories.
It has, I think it only has like 5 calories.
It's all air.
But it's all chemicals. It's all chemicals. And even, frankly, like the whipped cream that's organic milk kind of thing, I wouldn't eat that either. That also seems really bad. Although now I kind of want some. I never understood when people put it on coffee drinks or hot chocolate. Because, number one, you can't sip that. You have to sip the beverage, and the whipped cream just goes down until it gets to the bottom of your empty cup, and then you're struggling to suck that up, right? And if you mix it into your drink, you don't taste whipped cream. Maybe it tastes a little bit milkier.
Just cream, though.
But it's not. I don't understand it. And then you dum-dums, God bless you all, but the ones who go to Starbucks and get the 1,400 calorie Frappuccino, and it comes covered with whipped cream as if you need any more empty calories and sugar on that. Then you're struggling to sip the bottom of your cup with the straw that doesn't collect any of the whippets. Whippets are probably better for you than whipped cream, if you think about it. I'm just kind of getting excited because we have Dave Asprey coming on the show, possibly right in the new year, and I am a big fan. This is the one time I might fanboy. Have you ever seen me fanboy? Have you ever seen me smile?
You kind of have fanboyed about him on this show, or
but just him, right? There's like a small group of people in the biohacking world that I'm really interested in, and I consume all their content. It's like Ben Greenfield, Dr. Mark Hyman. I forget her name now, but our future Surgeon General, because she's also in this space. Good Energy, I think, is the name of her book. But I like how my question for him is going to be around, they call him, or he calls himself, the father of the biohacking movement. And his whole thing is he wants to live until he's 180 years old. Does he ever at any point become the grandfather of the biohacking movement? If you're going to live to 80 or 180, can you still be known as the father? Or how does that work? Because we hear the grandfather of all the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, why not the father of? Does it have to, he's born a movement.
Mm-hmm.
So does that movement then have to go another generation? And then he's switched over to the grandfather?
Well, by then he'd probably be like great grandfather.
But the whole term doesn't make sense to me. Why has it never been the father of?
Sometimes you hear Godfather too, which doesn't make any sense.
That definitely doesn't make any sense. Unless someone maybe the actual birth parents of the movement said, in case of my death, you now lead. Now you're the godfather of, right? So can someone explain that to me? I'd like to know. Maybe I'll ask him that of all the questions to ask. Why the father? Why not the grandfather of the movement?
He'll be like, this is why you brought me on.
I love him. He's the best. And his coffee, Danger Coffee, is the best. Finally, attorneys representing LifeWise Academy have threatened legal action against Everett Public Schools because of the way they are unfairly targeting the Bible education program that's off campus. We have it written up over at seattlered.com if you want to read a little bit more about some of the legal arguments. But they're essentially saying that if you don't stop targeting LifeWise Academy, we're going to sue you. We are going to sue you. And I would trust them. And I would expect that they're going to kick your backside. So I would probably just stop this nonsense. You've got, and this is not just happening in the Everett School District, but all across the country. But one particular chapter of LifeWise happens at Emerson Elementary School. And during one of their lunch periods, they go off campus. It's voluntary, so parents sign their kids up. And they just learn about the Bible. They learn about religion. And then they get sent back to their normal classes and they go about their day. These are good kids who are doing nothing wrong. but they're being treated as if they're doing something wrong. And so they got guidelines pushed upon them from the school district saying that they have to censor any kind of content that they receive at LifeWise. Like if they get any curriculum, they're supposed to, if they're going to bring it back into the school, they have to put it in a sealed envelope because God forbid anyone see even just the word Bible somewhere. All these just absolutely ludicrous rules, including some really onerous rules on like parents having to sign weekly permission slips just to let their kids participate. The intent is to make it harder for them to operate. And some of the language from school board members indicate that they are just upset with the idea of having a religious organization have any kind of contact with kids. I think one of the quotes from, and I remember covering this months and months and months ago, tying this to like white nationalism or something. It's absolutely absurd. I think it's First Liberty Institute is behind the legal threat. You don't mess with the First Liberty Institute. Frankly, any of the religious legal groups that we've featured on this show, so we've recognized their names, we talk about them a lot, they always seem to win.
Well, yeah, they got God on their side. What chance could they possibly have?
Exactly. Why would you go up against God? Well, I guess if you don't believe in God, they just think it's just some benevolent benefactor, I guess, giving money to the groups. They're going to win. And the Supreme Court, of all the Supreme Courts probably not to get this in front of, this one. They actually support religion. I mean, even the liberals in the case heard this week on how the emergency pregnancy centers have been mistreated and targeted. Even the liberal justices were like, what in God's name are you doing? Yes, I say God. So I don't know if I would test them, Everett School District. You're also just on the wrong side. Even if you don't believe in God, isn't there a part of you that says, but I could be wrong and he could exist? Do I really want to do this? Wouldn't you feel a little bit intimidated? I mean, I'm a Jew and I wouldn't do this. I believe in God. There's slight differences, I suppose, in our positions on this, but I wouldn't risk it. Plus, these are, you know who are the best kinds of kids? Ones who go to LifeWise.
Mm-hmm.
Like, of all the kids you want every other student to emulate, it would probably be these kids. Oh, my gosh. Good for them. I'm glad they're fighting back, and they're going to win. 1-800-465-8770 for your texts. 1-800-465-8770. If you want to send me a text message. When we come back, I think you do want to send me a text because you get to pick our next story. Story number 1. Oklahoma student flunked by a TA after touting Christian beliefs in a gender essay. Or story number 2. Didn't really talk about my trip to Las Vegas, but there is a story here about how a Las Vegas tourist won over $1 million with just a $25 bet at a holiday or during a holiday outing at a casino. Not saying it was me, even though if it was me, you would have never heard from me.
Told Jason Crockett. Yeah, it was a Jason Rantz.
I'm not saying it was the Jason Rantz. It was just a. Which story should we discuss? 1-800-465-8770. You pick, we talk when we come back.
All right, here's a quick confession. The reason Nick, my wife, is going to Longevity Medical Clinic is because why?
I got sick of watching you sleep at night when I was awake.
Wait a minute. Wait. Here's what would happen. I'd be asleep because I've got my hormones balanced thanks to Longevity Medical Clinic. I'm asleep, and then Nick would go, "Are you asleep? Are you sleeping? That's not fair. I can't sleep." I'm like, "So you're going to wake me up?"
Yes, because I didn't want you to have more energy than I would the next day, and I was up all night.
So what did I say to you? I said, so go to the Longevity Medical Clinic. Do the same thing I did. Get your hormones balanced. You'll sleep better, right?
And I did.
Right. You don't have to wake me up anymore and go, it's not fair that you're sleeping.
I know.
But didn't you see that it wasn't fair that you were waking me up?
Yes, because now you're the one taking the dogs out because I'm still asleep in the morning.
So we're both getting good night's sleep. We're both getting lots of energy, and we're happy.
You want me to tell you why? Because my hormones are now balanced.
Okay, I don't want to hear about your hormones right now. So be like Nick and get a free health analysis at lmclinic.com. That's lmclinic.com.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers,
we've been overindulging a little more than usual over the holidays. But now, we are starting the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day.
Active Liver contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract, all natural ingredients that help protect the liver so that it can protect you from toxins. It's like giving my body a daily detox. I've never felt better, and my energy is through the roof.
And my doctor is already impressed with how much better my numbers are looking. So if better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today and start the year off knowing you're giving your liver some well-deserved relief.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or pick some up today at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery. Are now available at Wegmans. New year, new you, new Nordic.
The stock market was on fire in 2025 due to AI and tech stocks. Now is the time to set a strategy for 2026. It's a good opportunity to lock in those gains and invest into a stable platform. With $8 trillion in cash sitting on the sidelines, investors are either scared or unsure where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rurecka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight. But when you can't work, care for your kids, or even put food on the table, that diagnosis can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, a plastic surgeon who is proud to support Northwest Hope and Healing. Our mission is to provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare, so patients can focus on healing. For more than 25 years, Northwest Hope and Healing has distributed over $3 million to thousands of local cancer patients, and you can help make a difference in our community. Join us on Saturday, January 31st, for Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of fine wine, gourmet cuisine, and inspiration at Mary Hill Winery in the heart of Woodinville wine country. Get your tickets now for Cork, Fork, and Support on January 31st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Thanks for calling CM Heating. How can I help?
Yeah, hi. Aren't you the company that gives away free furnaces?
Yep, that's us. Buy a qualifying high-efficiency cooling system and the furnace is absolutely free.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, and our home comfort advisors are tax credit and rebate specialists, so we'll help you save the most and even handle the rebate process start to finish.
Amazing, but what if I just need a furnace?
All good. Furnaces start at just $69.99 a month. And don't forget to ask about our clean air upgrades, because with all the smoke from wildfires, these systems filter out pollen, dust, and harmful particles, keeping the air in your home clean and healthy all year long.
Sweet.
Go to CM Heating for better comfort, lower bills, a free furnace you'll love for years, and cleaner air for your home. Get your free estimate for furnace replacement at cmheating.com. And remember, for furnaces, fireplaces, hot water, total home comfort, and electrical service,
there's no beating CM Heating. Welcome to the Jason Rantz Show on this New Year's Eve. You are listening to the best of the Jason Rantz Show.
You picked the topic on the Jason Rantz Show.
Indeed you do. And you're curious if I won $1.15 million in Vegas while I was there over the Thanksgiving break. And since you're hearing my voice right now, I did not win $1.12 or $1.152 million, unfortunately. It's more accurate to say that I lost closer to that than I actually won during this particular trip. I usually have good trips. This whole year in Vegas has been very good to me. This last one, not so much. Not so much. And I caught a head cold while I was there. And because I didn't eat my normal diet, I started to feel kind of blah while I was there. So not the best trip, but I am going back in 3 weeks. So I'll try to make it up. Not that I'm a gambling addict. saying I just had a bad trip, so I'll go, and this time I'll do not only better than this last trip, but make up for it. That's not gambling addiction, okay? I have lots of family there who I never see except maybe one time a year during the holidays. But another tourist on November 27th, that's Thanksgiving Day, went to play a Dragon Link slot machine at the Fontainebleau, which makes this even more annoying because no one even goes to the Fontainebleau. It's a huge bomb of $1 billion hotel. And then the one person who decided to go ends up winning.
I don't think I've even heard of that one.
It's relatively new. It's been there for about a year. It's North Strip. It's in an awful location. It's across the street from Circus, which is the worst hotel on the Strip.
Worse than the Excalibur?
Yes, it's definitely worse than Excalibur. This is a high-end luxury hotel. It is a luxury hotel, but it's just not been picking up any steam, and all the stories have been no one's going to Fontainebleau. But I guess this one dude who put a $25 bet on a high-limit game and won $1.152 million. Now, the person has chosen to remain anonymous, which is smart, but that's also code for I've got crazy family, and I don't want them asking me for money because it's awkward to say no all the time to the uncle who you've not spoken to for a decade and a half. Now, at the same time, they're making a big deal out of this. Usually you might say, well, doesn't a hotel or casino that's struggling, don't they hate having to pay out that kind of win? No, they love that because I guarantee you there's now a whole lot more people who are going to go to the Fontainebleau thinking they're going to be able to win this kind of jackpot. I guarantee you that in the this month, as a result of this story, will generate them tens upon tens of millions of dollars.
It's basically just a $1 million ad that they're putting out.
100%. And they don't have to do anything. They don't have to do anything. And this is a 1 in a trillion kind of win. Dragon Link is a very popular series of games. I don't know which Dragon Link this was because they have different versions. But they've had all their I forget the term, but all their games are connected. So every single one will have the same big jackpot. To get the jackpot, this is what has to happen. So you have to get 6 orbs on the screen of 15 slots, 15 individual squares to get these orbs. Each orb represents, in this case, it's a $25 bet. So it was actually a pretty low school. $25 to $50, you've got a couple hundreds in there. So you get 3 chances to fill each and every square. And usually what happens is you fill 12 of the 15 or maybe 14 of the 15. And this individual got all 15, so already won the bonus, then won every square of the bonus, which triggered the $1.152 million jackpot, or the grand jackpot is what it's called. So it's almost impossible. It's already incredibly difficult to get 14 of the 15 filled. So to get to that point, and what's kind of funny, not that $1,600 is not a lot of money. Any of us, a return on $25 getting $1,600, we would all be happy with that. But in the high limit slot, $1,600 win is not a lot. That's what this person won just from the orbs. That is, you would be disappointed if after this you only got $1,600. And it's funny, what happened here was very similar to what happened with me when I won my jackpot a couple years ago now. I wasn't betting the max bet. I was betting at the time, I don't even think it was $25. It might have been $15. And I was just kind of killing time before going to bed because I got into the casino late and I was still wired. So I go down, I just pick a random one, and I was doing well off of like $5 bets, and I won like a couple $100. Then I lost $100. Then I won a couple. So I was just kind of staying steady. So at that point I was like, okay, I'm getting ready for bed. And I'm kind of in like let me just lose it all and go to bed. I wasn't ready to just leave. And so I went over to, I think it was $15, and I just got 3 quick hits, which on almost every single game, that is barely a hand pay. It's not even a hand pay, but this was like an old school slot machine. And I looked down and I thought I was like, oh man, was I betting pennies? I thought I was doing $15. Did I just do a penny thing? And then I looked, it was like, no, it was dollars, and I won 55 grand. It's the Jason Rantz Show.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now the company's changed, or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan Wealth, 206.
Seattle Red on 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO-FM, HD3 Tacoma, Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastlake, 33 BU Seattle.
On the way, I'm Paul Stevens, Fox News. Cold temps, tight security, along with a massive crowd, all set to ring in 2026 in New York City's Times Square in just a bit.
The NYPD is working to enhance safety and security measures. They're also bringing in federal partners as well, not because of a specific threat, that's important to point out, but because of the massive crowd size. You just can't get around it. A lot of people coming from all over the country and all around the world. Drones are going to be in the sky to keep an eye from above. We have bomb squads on the ground, the K-9 units we saw walk by, and the security in the underground subway systems, which is always top of mind. At this point, NYPD says there are no credible threats, but they are prepared for everything. People have to be ready to stand outside for hours.
Fox's Alexis McAdams in New York. Congress, meantime, investigating an alleged fraud scheme in Minnesota responsible, some say, for the theft of more than $1 billion in money allocated for social services.
The House Oversight Committee has just announced it's holding hearings on the Minnesota fraud cases beginning next week. Chairman James Comer said in a statement that, quote, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison have either been asleep at the wheel or complicit in a massive fraud involving taxpayer dollars in Minnesota's social services programs. American taxpayers demand and deserve accountability for the theft of their hard-earned money. The committee says it has invited Governor Walz and Attorney General Ellison to testify at a hearing next month. Walz has said his administration has investigated fraud for years. Minnesota Republican Congressman Tom Emmer is also calling to denaturalize and deport any Somalis convicted of fraud.
Fox's Rich Edson, Governor Tim Walz denying any wrongdoing, accusing the Trump White House of targeting the Somali community in Minnesota. The president, by the way, dropping his push to send National Guard troops to Chicago, Los Angeles, and Portland, Oregon. This following several legal challenges to his ongoing efforts. America's listening to Fox News.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
10 athletes will face the toughest job interview in fitness that will push past physical and mental breaking points. You are the fittest of the fit. Only one of you will leave here with an iFit contract for $250,000.
This is when mindset comes in.
Someone will be eliminated.
Pressure is coming down.
Trainer Games on Prime Video January 8th. Watch the trailer on trainergames.com.
I got to tell you something, Nick. I have really noticed a difference in your energy level since you started going to the Longevity Medical Clinic.
And you know why?
Why?
Because they actually balanced my hormone levels. And when they do that, the largest change I noticed was that now I could sleep.
And then not only get more sleep, to just get more energy, right?
Right. So that all of a sudden that resulted in me. I started running again and doing all these things that I felt so fatigued throughout the day that I couldn't do anymore.
Okay, so at this point, do you want to apologize to me? Because I was always saying to you, every time you say, I don't sleep, I don't feel well, I feel kind of off, I go, well, you need to get in touch with Longevity Medical Clinic. And you're always like, blah, 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 blah.
I know. But now it's turned into something fun that we get to go in together.
So I need to hear, you were right.
You were right.
You were right. I should have gone to Longevity Medical Clinic.
I should have.
There we go. Fine.
Yes.
You know the right thing to do. Get in touch with Longevity Medical Clinic. Take the free health analysis at lmclinic.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
10 athletes will face the toughest job interview in fitness that will push past physical and mental breaking points. You are the fittest of the fit. Only one of you will leave here with an iFit contract for $250,000.
This is when mindset comes in.
Someone will be eliminated.
Pressure is coming down.
Trainer Games on Prime Video January 8th. Watch the trailer on trainergames.com.
Looking for something new? Try fencing, the Olympic and Paralympic sport that mixes speed, strategy, and fun. It's like chess meets cardio. Quick feet, quick decisions, and a satisfying beat when you score a point. Kids, teens, and adults can start anytime. No experience needed, and many clubs have loaner gear. Coaches teach fundamentals and safety from day one. Find a beginner class near you at usafencing.org/tryfencing. That's usafencing.org/tryfencing.
If you've waited all year to finally buy a real safe, this is your moment. It's Jason Rantz, and you're in luck. Northwest Safe in Enumclaw is clearing out inventory and making deals in their year-end clearance sale. It's live right now, and trust me, they are motivated. Northwest Safe has the biggest showroom in the region, exclusive rebates on Liberty safes with every size, fire rating, configuration you can think of. Whether you're securing firearms, jewelry, cash, documents, whatever it is, this is where you go. nwsafe.com. That's nwsafe.com or Northwest Safe in Enumclaw.
Hey, this is Pete from Home Matters. Tune in this weekend when we'll talk with local business owners about everything in and around your home. Join us on Saturdays from 2 to 3 right here on Seattle Red, or listen to the podcast on mynorthwest.com.
Welcome to the Jason Rantz Show on this New Year's Eve. You're about to listen to a Fox News special. I'll see you in the new year.
The Fox News Rundown, a contrast of perspectives you won't hear anywhere else. Your daily dose of news twice a day, featuring insight from top newsmakers, reporters, and Fox News contributors. Listen and subscribe now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com. Hello and Happy New Year. Welcome to this Fox News Radio special, 2025, a year of transition. This year brought us new leaders, new paths, and new challenges. Over the next hour, we will review the year's biggest stories, reflect on what happened, and discuss what may take place next. And we begin where the transition was felt more than anywhere else, the White House.
I'm Jared Halpern at the White House, where on January 20th, President Trump returned for just the second ever non-consecutive second term.
My fellow citizens, the golden age of America begins right now.
The president made quick work within hours of taking the oath of office. He was signing executive orders at a rally in downtown D.C.
A directive to the federal government ending the weaponization of government against the political adversaries of the previous administration, as we've seen.
President Trump signed a mass pardon for hundreds of individuals convicted or charged in the Capitol riot attack 4 years earlier and rescinded dozens of Biden-era policies centered on climate change, diversity, and immigration enforcement.
I'm fine with legal immigration. I like it. We need people, and I'm absolutely fine with it. We want to have it. We need it because we're going to have a lot of companies coming in to avoid tariffs. You know, if you don't want tariffs. All you have to do is build your plant in the U.S., so we're going to have a lot of workers coming in.
On April 2nd, President Trump made good on those tariff threats. In a Rose Garden ceremony, he declared a Liberation Day. President Trump has also acted swiftly on border enforcement and plans to carry out what he's described as the largest deportation operation in the country's history. Among the more controversial orders signed this year, an attempt to end birthright citizenship, granting citizenship to any child born within U.S. borders.
That was meant for the babies of slaves. It wasn't meant for people trying to scam the system and come into the country on a vacation.
That order was quickly challenged and argued at the U.S. Supreme Court. A ruling stopped short of deciding the constitutionality of the order and instead scaled back lower court judges from issuing nationwide injunctions.
I'm Ryan Schmelz. President Trump found a new ally on the campaign trail in Elon Musk, who introduced the idea of the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, which was set to identify waste in the federal government, make it more efficient, and attack a national debt that exceeds $38 trillion.
Your money is being wasted, and the Department of Government Efficiency is going to fix that.
President Trump established DOGE through an executive order early in his second term, and the agency began dismantling several programs within the federal government, claiming billions in savings. The DOGE effort also included significant reductions in the federal workforce, which infuriated Democrats like House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
The attack on the civil service is unacceptable.
Many of those layoffs were challenged in court, and DOGE eventually closed in November. President Trump also took an aggressive stance on tariffs in his second term.
And we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars like we've never done before,
announcing a policy of various rates for individual trade partner countries in April. The president has touted the policy as a way to negotiate better trade deals for U.S. workers, protect American jobs, and raise revenues. But as the president campaigned on bringing down inflation and cost, some have questioned if the tariff policy is increasing prices and making the U.S. less affordable. And affordability could make or break whether President Trump has a Republican-controlled House and Senate after next year's midterms.
I'm Gernal Scott. Immigration was and is a cornerstone of Donald Trump's presidency. He said so during his inaugural address, promising,
I will declare a national emergency at our southern border.
His point man for that, a border czar, Tom Homan, who said during a White House press briefing how things would go down.
Evading your arrest, knowing you have a final order of removal, is a criminal offense. We will prosecute. Then we'll deport you.
From that moment, border crossings dramatically dropped and remain at record lows. ICE asserted itself from city to city. In June, raids were conducted in the greater Los Angeles area. L.A. Democratic Mayor Karen Bass implied irony in opposition to the raids, which frightened Los Angeles parents.
We were talking about protecting their children from their federal government.
New York, Chicago, and other cities saw similar raids this year. As illegal immigrant detentions mounted, holding areas with creative names sprang up. Alligator Alcatraz in the Florida Everglades, the Speedway Slammer in Indiana. Late in the year, passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill bolstered the border protection effort. President Trump referred to it as
the single most important piece of border legislation ever to cross the floor of Congress. We will hire 3,000 new Border Patrol officers and 10,000 new ICE agents,
indicating a step up in enforcement as we head into 2026.
I'm Jessica Rosenthal. By late summer, when Congress should have been negotiating the 12 appropriations bills to fund the government, Democrats, outraged over Medicaid cuts in the Big Beautiful Bill, demanded Republicans renegotiate those cuts, along with Obamacare subsidies that lapse at the end of the year. Republicans, led by House Speaker Mike Johnson, said they wouldn't negotiate under those conditions.
The people's government cannot be held hostage to further anyone's political agenda. That was never right.
And a government shutdown began as funding lapsed October 1st. While the House had passed a CR, the Senate couldn't get to 60 votes. Senate Majority Leader John Thune expressed outrage on the Senate floor.
SNAP recipients shouldn't go without food. People should be getting paid in this country. And we've tried to do that 13 times. And you voted no 13 times.
But Democrats like House Minority Whip Catherine Clark told Fox's Chad program they understood families were suffering.
We take that responsibility very seriously, but it is one of the few leverage times we have.
Pressure on millions of government employees expected to work without pay began to mount. Air Traffic Controllers Association President Nick Daniels said,
"There was a trainee today that before I just left the office to come here said, I've been evicted."
And just as the FAA announced a reduction in flights, 7 Democrats and an independent joined Republicans in the Senate to end it after 43 days. For more on this, we're joined by Fox's chief congressional correspondent, Chad Pergram. Thank you so much for joining us, Chad. So where are we now in terms of the shutdown, right? We have a CR, a continuing resolution that appears to fund the government through when?
Well, it funds part of the government through January 30th at 11:59 p.m. In the interim bill that they did, that funds 3 of the 12 annual appropriations bills all the way through next October 1st. So they put out those fires for a while. Those are the easiest bills, though. They deal with legislative branch. You know, remember the government shutdown from the Democrats' perspective was all about Obamacare. And so guess what? They have not dealt with that subsidy, although we're told there's going to be a vote here, before the end of the year, that they would, try to tackle that. But the idea that they're going to address that issue, does that necessarily put out the fire?
What did you make in particular of those 8 senators who jumped ship and said, "This enough's enough. We're going to join with the Republicans. Now we understand the optics, but we also see air traffic controllers and many others going without a paycheck."
Well, it was interesting that the Virginia senators, Tim Kaine and Mark Warner, kind of split their votes on that. You had Tim Kaine, who said that he was willing to vote yes because there was a provision in the bill that would prevent permanent furloughs of some of those workers who had been laid off during the government shutdown. So that was enough for him. Mark Warner, who's the Democratic senator from Virginia as well, he voted the other way. I think that what was happening was people were starting to see just the backups with air traffic delays, concerns about the economy, concerns about people going yet another pay period without a paycheck, and that, this was going to get into the holidays, and if they didn't do something then, they were really going to be stuck.
Now, the president acknowledged the day after the November 4th elections that the shutdown hurt Republicans, even though the Republicans were the ones insisting on not having a shutdown, right, on having this clean CR. Let's negotiate health care after the government's open. That we would, they said we're not going to negotiate under that type of duress. Do Democrats see this, see the president's reaction, and say, you know what, end of January, let's do this again? Is this a midterm win?
You see, that's a big problem for the Democrats because they took a rather non-sexy subject, which is funding the government, and made it an interesting subject, at least when it hits people's pocketbooks, which is health care. Now you have some Republicans who will say, well, this only affects 24 million Americans. Okay, we're a country of about 340 million Americans, but, 24 million Americans is not chump change. What this underscores is just how nettlesome and problematic health care is.
Do you sense in Congress, when you speak to especially Republicans, that this issue needs to be front and center? It's being combined by Democrats with the affordability issue. Do you sense that Republicans ahead of midterms need to tackle this in conjunction with affordability? Are these 2 separate issues?
They are 2 separate issues in a way, because if you say we're just going to prop up Obamacare, and if you're on the Republican side of the aisle, meaning you fought for years against Obamacare, great. Why should we continue to fund that? It's a problematic program. If you're going to introduce a new, say, comprehensive Republican plan, and this is to some degree supposedly what the president had come up with, we don't really know because nobody's seen concretely exactly what this is, you would have trouble passing that unless it's a true bipartisan plan, because you just don't have the votes in the House and the Senate to do that.
Chad Pergram, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
2025. Do you remember this?
I'm John Saucier. On April 21st, Pope Francis died after a long illness at the age of 88. Just over 2 weeks later, Chicago native Cardinal Robert Prevost was elected the new pope, taking the name Leo XIV and becoming the first American pope in the history of the Catholic Church.
Stay tuned. More to come on this Fox News Radio special, 2025, A Year of Transition, in just a moment.
We've got trade wars, rising costs, skyrocketing national debt, and a potential recession looming. It's no wonder gold keeps hitting record highs. With everything going on in the world, thousands of hard-working Americans are looking to get help diversifying their savings in precious metals like gold and silver, and they're turning to the top-rated gold company, Goldco. With over 6,000 five-star customer reviews, an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau, named Best for Customer Service from Money.com, and the industry's highest buyback guarantee, Goldco is a preferred precious metals company in the country. Right now, Goldco is offering you a free 2025 gold and silver kit. Plus, you can get an unlimited instant match and bonus silver if you qualify. Find out how you could help diversify your savings, tax and penalty free today. Call 855-969-GOLD. That's 855-969-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult with your financial and tax professional.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
The stock market was on fire in 2025 due to AI and tech stocks. Now is the time to set a strategy for 2026. It's a good opportunity to lock in those gains and invest into a stable platform. With $8 trillion in cash sitting on the sidelines, investors are either scared or unsure where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
How about a simple New Year's resolution, one that even I was able to achieve? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day FUE treatment. You'll feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places that have been balding or thinning for years. I'm surprised and relieved every time I look in the mirror. You need to know what that feels like. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their highly experienced team, there is no one I would trust more than Advanced Hair Restoration. I experienced their exceptional standard of care firsthand. Your comfort and your results are the top priority of the entire Advanced Hair team. Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 425-449-8185. That's 425-449-8185. 2185. Discover what meeting your resolutions could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Happy New Year's from the Jason Rantz Show. Enjoy this Fox News special.
Welcome back to this Fox News Radio special, 2025, A Year of Transition.
I'm Eben Brown. 2025 was a banner year for technology and science, though it started off with a high-tech problem needing solving, one that grew political very quickly as it came in the midst of a change of presidents, and that incoming president had been making friends with the guy who seemingly fixed it. Boeing's Starliner took its first test flight with a crew to the International Space Station last year. It was intended to be a week or so long trip with NASA's Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, except the experimental craft, already criticized for being over budget and late to the game for NASA's contracts, had some issues, and NASA didn't feel safe letting Wilmore and Williams ride back to Earth in it. So months later, they flew back to Earth on one of Elon Musk's SpaceX ships.
We love you, and we're coming up to get you, and you shouldn't have been up there so long.
The Trump administration and Musk billed it as a rescue, though for NASA it was more of a contingency. Wilmore and Williams talked about it with Fox's Bill Hemmer.
We prepped as if we were going to stay long, planning for the short mission. Our focus was on the mission, the Starliner portion of the mission, first flight, test flight, and that was our focus, but we trained for everything.
Both astronauts are doing just fine. If you're a TikTok user or if your kids use the video-centric social app, you probably got a little more interested in politics. President Biden signed a law demanding TikTok's China-based owners sell the app to a U.S. company or be banned from the U.S. market. That came amidst concerns the popular app was being weaponized by China's Communist Party to gather data. President Trump, however, kept pushing off the deadline until a certain deal was made allowing China to make some money while a U.S.-led tech consortium took over U.S. operations.
And I think I can say that especially the young people, they really wanted this to happen. They did not want to have TikTok close. And I got, a little used to TikTok. I used it myself during the campaign, and it was very successful because you know how I did with the young voter.
That brings us to artificial intelligence. It's been a few years already since ChatGPT took the world by storm, to be followed up by impressive competition from Mark Zuckerberg's Meta and Elon Musk's Grok, and some confusing letdowns like Apple Intelligence. But AI has become a big business, and that's been a core of President Trump's new tenure in the White House. AI programming and the machines behind it became big business.
And the market was in a slump. Then all of a sudden, this thing changed the world overnight.
Charles Payne is the host of Making Money on Fox Business.
And it was really amazing to me because the race was on, but this goes back so far. In fact, there's some folks out there who think the golden age of AI was between 1956 and 1974. So this has been coming for a long time. This is a proverbial hockey stick, the long line into a hockey stick.
Yeah.
But the exponential growth, I think, is what really shocked everyone. We've all seen movies about robots taking over the world. We've all seen a Terminator.
Which is a documentary, right? I mean, that's how we refer to it now, right?
But all of a sudden, it was a realization that, hey, it's here, or at least the beginning of what could be is here.
Yeah.
And you're right. It sparked a number of races.
A lot of money's being put into this, public money, private money. There is a future here, and I'm guessing that a lot of these very wealthy investors wouldn't be sinking all this money into it if they didn't think there was a return, coming down the line.
The fact of the matter is just a handful of names are responsible for the overall bulk of the investment, which are the biggest companies that have ever existed, and they want to stay the biggest companies that ever existed. So they're spending for the best chips, the best tools right now. Governments are spending on it big time. The Trump administration has taken a real novel approach and even investing in companies that invest in it.
Looking forward into the next year, AI, we've already seen how it can simplify tasks. And the big worry, of course, is that reshapes job markets if it doesn't eliminate whole classes of employees. Is that a real fear that can become realized very quickly, or is that just, again, the negative hype around something we don't fully grasp yet?
I think it's a real fear. I think it's a bona fide, legitimate fear. And I think the key word that you just used was quickly.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, and I tell everyone, I'm a natural born Luddite. But having said that, I do acknowledge that every industrial revolution resulted in more jobs than they took away, better paying jobs than they took away, and had a much more positive impact on society.
All right, Charles Payne, Fox Business, thank you so much for being with us today. Take care.
Appreciate it.
I'm Eamon Dignam. In the gaming world, this year was a big year for Nintendo, with the new Switch 2 releasing to much fanfare. A new game in their long-running Mario Kart series, and a new game in their even longer-running Donkey Kong series. They also celebrated 40 years of their mustachioed plumber Mario and his little brother Luigi as heroes of the Mushroom Kingdom. And President of Nintendo of America, Doug Bowser, stepped down from his role. As for big surprise hits, out of nowhere came the role-playing game Clair Obscur Expedition 33. The surprise hit took players back to the 90s with its style of play, made most famous by the developer Square Enix in multiple games, and the player versus environment extraction shooter Arc Raiders. At the last minute, they changed their pricing model. Shortly after its fantastic release and retention of players, the game came under controversy for its use of AI, something that even brought a response from Epic Games head Tim Sweeney, who defended the use of artificial intelligence. I'm paraphrasing here, but he says it was a tool that essentially increases productivity, but did not have to subtract workers.
2025. Do you remember this?
I'm John Saucier.
The year's biggest social media moment took place August 26 when Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce announced their engagement on Instagram, collecting over 1.2 million likes in just 10 minutes.
Stay tuned. More to come on this Fox News Radio special, 2025, a year of transition, in just a moment.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There is a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man age 45 non-smoker can get $1 billion of coverage for $75 per month level rate for 10 years, or a man age 50 non-smoker can obtain $500,000 coverage for a month premium of $110 level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for a new or replacement term life insurance, call Term Busters today for a quote at 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, 1-800-908-7636. Rate and availability may vary by state. Sample quotes based on preferred non-smoker. Underwriting and exam required. Call 1-800-908-7636 for details. Paid for by Robert Levenger, Insurance Agent.
Jason Rantz here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn from None Better Tax Resolution. So you and I have talked before about the folks who think they can do this themselves. And again, I imagine there are a lot of people who are saying, well, new administration, fewer staff members, now I truly can get it done.
Really, in this situation, I do feel really bad for the taxpayer, because here you're getting a notice. You call the IRS, you're going to be on hold for 45 minutes to an hour. And so getting through is going to be more difficult. And when you do get through, you're going to be talking to people that are not as well trained as they have been in the past.
Which makes it even easier for them to take advantage, even if it's not intended, against the person who owes taxes.
I've heard it said that they just will make up something because they want to respond to the taxpayer. And people are going to get some really bad information, and they're not going to know.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, call Greg Nunn, None Better Tax Resolution, 425-947-1967, or Google NUNN, None Better Tax Resolution.
Is it time to get your home sold? Nick Southard with Upgrade Realty here. Selling hundreds of homes for over 25 years has taught me presentation is everything. Picture amazing photography, designer staging, and maximum exposure. With my luxurious marketing, you'll sell fast at top dollar and save thousands in fees for just 1% listing commission. To learn more, visit upgraderealty.com. Upgrade your listing for 1%. Upgraderealty.com.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho.
just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
10 athletes will face the toughest job interview in fitness that will push past physical and mental breaking points. You are the fittest of the fit. Only one of you will leave here with an iFit contract for $250,000.
This is when mindset comes in.
Someone will be eliminated.
Pressure is coming down.
Trainer Games on Prime Video January 8th. Watch the trailer on trainergames.com.
Looking for something new? Try fencing, the Olympic and Paralympic sport that mixes speed, strategy, and fun. It's like chess meets cardio. Quick feet, quick decisions, and a satisfying beat when you score a point. Kids, teens, and adults can start anytime. No experience needed, and many clubs have loaner gear. Coaches teach fundamentals and safety from day one. Find a beginner class near you at usafencing.org/tryfencing. That's usafencing.org/tryfencing.
Thanks for calling CM Heating.
Aren't you the company that gives away free furnaces?
That's us. Buy a qualifying high-efficiency cooling system and the furnace is free.
Wow.
Yeah, and our home comfort advisors are tax credit and rebate specialists, so they'll handle the rebate for you.
Go to CM Heating for better comfort, lower bills, and a free furnace you'll love for years. Get your free estimate for furnace replacement at cmheating.com. And remember, for furnaces, fireplaces, hot water, and total home comfort, including electrical, there's no beating CM Heating.
Happy New Year's from the Jason Rantz Show. Enjoy this Fox News special.
Welcome back to this Fox News Radio special, 2025, a year of transition.
I'm Chris Foster. There was news right at the start of 2025. At around 3:15 a.m. on New Year's Day in New Orleans, someone drove a rented truck into a crowd celebrating on Bourbon Street, killing 14 people, injuring 52. New Orleans Police Chief Ann Kirkpatrick.
This man was trying to run over as many people as he possibly could.
After crashing the truck, Shamsu Din Jabbar got out wearing body armor and started shooting.
2 of our officers have been shot. They are stable.
3 civilians were shot and wounded. Jabbar was killed by police return fire. He was 42 years old, a U.S. Army veteran born and raised in Beaumont, Texas, a convert to Islam. He had an Islamic State flag in the truck. The college football Sugar Bowl was postponed until the next day. Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry saying,
"We're going to continue to keep the victims, those that are in the hospital, either fighting for their lives or trying to recover, in our thoughts and in our prayers."
The 14 people killed included locals and tourists 18 to 63 years old.
I'm Kristen Goodwin. Wildfires tearing through Los Angeles County in January, destroying more than 16,000 structures and killing 31 people. Hurricane-force winds preventing crucial aerial firefighting, overwhelming first responders, and spreading embers miles.
Once this kind of devastation runs through your home, you're like, you question everything. You question reality. Like, it still doesn't feel real.
Fire victim Finnegan Murtaugh. Investigators say an inferno allegedly set by Jonathan Rindernecht, a 29-year-old who faces federal arson charges, reignited days later to become the Palisades fire in the Pacific Palisades neighborhood. Soon after, the Eaton fire began consuming neighborhoods in Altadena and Pasadena.
The breaking glass, the explosions from gas lines, people's propane tanks, cars catching on fire. It just sounded like several freight trains coming at you.
Justin Christie of Altadena. While the official cause of the Eaton fire remains under investigation, federal prosecutors are suing Southern California Edison for millions in damages, alleging the utility's equipment sparked the inferno.
Costs incurred because of Edison's negligence.
U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley. An after-action report released by L.A. County cites fire response weaknesses, including outdated policies, delayed and inaccurate evacuation warnings. But there are ongoing local, state, and federal investigations looking into a number of issues, including a lack of water resources and the handling of insurance claims.
I'm Tanya J. Powers. The area along the Guadalupe River in Kerr County, about 130 miles west of Austin, is known as Flash Flood Alley and was the site of catastrophic flooding on July 4th. 138 people died. 27 of them were girls and counselors at Camp Mystic in Texas Hill Country that's been a favorite summer destination for generations of campers. The camp's owner died while trying to get campers to safety across rising waters in his SUV. 16-year-old Callie McAlery was one of the campers and told Fox News she knew the water was rising but stopped to put her name tag on.
I just put it on just for safekeeping, saying in my head I was saying if something does happen and I do get swept away, at least I'll have my name on my body.
Since the tragedy, Texas lawmakers have passed laws to address gaps in disaster preparedness involving camp safety and streamlining emergency response. They include the Youth Camper Act and the Heavens 27 Camp Safety Act and were signed by Governor Greg Abbott.
Every child who goes to camp should come home to their families. No parent should ever have to outlive their child or endure this kind of loss.
2 people remain missing. In November, more than a dozen families of Mystic campers and counselors filed the first negligence and wrongful death lawsuits. More than a month after the floods, Kerr County officials voted to expedite the creation of a warning system, something that had been discussed for a decade but never put in place.
I'm Kevin Uretsky. America's mass shooting epidemic continued in 2025, with the mass shooting tracker recording more than 450 incidents in which 4 or more people were shot. That included over 20 in which 4 or more people died. One of the country's worst shootings this year took place in late August in Minneapolis, when a former student of the Annunciation School there fired into a church service at the start of the school year, killing 2 children and injuring 26 more, as well as 3 parishioners in their 80s. This student was at the service.
We just got into the pews and he shot through the stained glass windows.
That boy adding,
my friend got shot in the back. He's in the hospital right now.
The shooter took his own life. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry said,
"You cannot put into words the gravity, the tragedy, or the absolute pain of this situation."
Emotions all Americans have become all too familiar with.
I'm Carmen Roberts, taking a somber look back at some aviation disasters that shook the nation. The first struck on a cold January night in D.C. when an Army Black Hawk helicopter and an American Airlines flight collided over the Potomac as the jet descended towards Reagan National Airport. That alert on Broadcastify, both aircraft shattered, killing the 3 soldiers and the 64 people on the plane inbound from Wichita. Senator Roger Marshall of Kansas.
When many people die, it's an unbearable sorrow.
Investigators blamed a chain of failures. Later in the month, a medical Learjet crashed into a Philadelphia neighborhood, killing all 6 on board and 2 on the ground. In April, another heartbreak unfolded in New York City when a sightseeing helicopter broke apart and plunged upside down into the Hudson River and killed the pilot and a tourist family of 5. And in November, a UPS cargo plane in Louisville, Kentucky, lost an engine, caught fire, and crashed, killing the 3 crew members and 11 people on the ground.
I'm Jeff Manasso, and many of us have tried not to see it.
Oh, my God.
The assassination of conservative and Christian firebrand Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University September 10th, in what President Trump, from an Oval Office address that night, called a dark moment for America.
All who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people.
The 31-year-old married father of 2 in Turning Point USA CEO's assassination, allegedly at the hands of a lone gunman for whom prosecutors in Utah are seeking the death penalty, though whose actions immortalized Kirk, prompting vigils around the world, including outside TPUSA headquarters in Phoenix.
I'm glad we're here. It's the left will never understand this. You know what I mean? The left can't talk. They scream and they shout and they call us racist.
Charlie, what this death did was it sealed those values in his organization with his blood.
This country's come together for
the grieving of a hero, really, a martyr for Jesus.
Tens of thousands of people would later witness a faith revival at Charlie Kirk's memorial, where his widow, Erica, publicly forgave the shooter. One of the many videos that has also since gone viral, Charlie Kirk's interview months before he was killed, when he told ICE Coffee Hour podcast.
How would you want to be remembered? I want to be remembered for courage for my faith. That would be the most important thing. The most important thing is my faith in my life.
Charlie Kirk becoming even more influential in death, inspiring young people through an explosion of applications for new Turning Point chapters at high schools and college campuses across the country.
Let's turn to Jason Chaffetz, former Utah congressman and the host of the Jason in the House podcast, who was there that day with his family at UVU. Jason, one of the flashpoints that I sometimes go back to in my mind is the sense of darkness that day. And what is it about that day, the images, the sound, the panic that comes to you and that are difficult to shake?
It's the whole range of emotion, because you're right. It is deep sorrow and sadness. I think about those little children left behind who really won't be able to have that father figure in their home. Beautiful wife who obviously loved and adored her husband, to being just upset and mad and frustrated, and a little bit scared along the way. And, we were all there, and to hear that shot and see him fall back the way he did, I can't get rid of that. But there were 3,000 people, and mostly, 90% probably in their 20s, young people who just wanted to, on a beautiful sunny, noon day, just have a engaging discussion about politics. And to lose him, it makes me sad.
Well, I think something that most of us didn't know until after this happened, I think many of us started to realize just what kind of impact that he had with young people around the country and perhaps the world.
Yeah, it in many ways made the movement stronger, more pervasive. I spoke at a Turning Point event just 20 days later, and, sold out event, 6,000 people showing up. I think it really motivated people to get up and express their voice. Most reasonable people said, I may disagree with them. I may take a different path, but nothing like that should be happening in the United States. And again, you don't have to agree with them, but you got to agree that the United States and our First Amendment is the pillar of these types of discussions. And without it, we cease to be the type of nation that I think we all, at least most of us, want us to be.
How long will it be until we truly know Charlie's impact?
Well, I think it's one of those moments, particularly for the younger generation, where they say to themselves, I remember when this happened. I remember where it was. Look, Charlie wasn't an elected official, but he impacted millions of people. And the positive message that Erica Kirk put out there about forgiving the assassin was so palpable and so moving to so many people. Like, I think that movement also gave a permission to talk more about religion. And Charlie, he said, look, we're all on our own journey of faith. And good luck with yours. This is what I believe and why I believe in Jesus Christ. That was the message of Charlie Kirk. And that's why I think it resonates so far and so wide.
Former Utah congressman and host of the Jason in the House podcast, Jason Chaffetz, we thank you.
Well, thank you.
2025. Do you remember this?
I'm John Saucier. On April 1st, New Jersey Senator Cory Booker set a new record for the longest speech ever on the Senate floor, speaking for over 25 hours, criticizing the Trump administration. Booker broke a record set by Senator Strom Thurmond of North Carolina in 1957.
Stay tuned. More to come on this Fox News Radio special, 2025, a year of transition, in just a moment.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
If you've waited all year to finally buy a real safe, this is your moment. It's Jason Rantz, and you're in luck. Northwest Safe in Enumclaw is clearing out inventory and making deals in their year-end clearance sale. It's live right now, and trust me, they are motivated. Northwest Safe has the biggest showroom in the region, exclusive rebates on Liberty safes with every size, fire rating, configuration you can think of. Whether you're securing firearms, jewelry, cash, documents, whatever it is, this is where you go. NWSafe.com. That's NWSafe.com or Northwest Safe in Enumclaw.
John Curley here. We value things that last. Local businesses, relationships, community. That's Madrona Financial and CPAs. They've been serving Washington families for decades, combining taxes and investments under one roof. Most firms just do one or the other, but not both. That's why Madrona offers the Madrona Analysis, a simple review of income, taxes, and investments in one plan. Call 833-673-7373 for your complimentary Madrona Analysis. Madrona Financial and CPAs, local, trusted, and here to put the whole picture together.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz with a rare situation at the Sunset Auto family. Their current used vehicle flooring firm is ceasing business on the West Coast. Because of market conditions and fluctuating book values, roughly 50 vehicles won't be picked up by a new flooring company. And that means Sunset has a deadline. These vehicles have to be gone by December 31st or they get sent to auction. Instead of paying expensive auction and transportation fees, Sunset is making these vehicles available directly to you at deep discounts. It's a 5-day only event, December 27th through the 31st. Financing is available as low as $4.99 APR for up to 72 months with no payments until late March. Credit approval takes just minutes. Everything happens at Sunset Certified Pre-Owned at the corner of Traffic and Harrison in Sumner, just a couple blocks from Sunset Chevrolet. Full details, including current market value for each vehicle, are online at sunsetautofamily.com. No sale prices are listed because all offers will be considered. Make an offer. Dealers, wholesalers, brokers are welcome. 5 days only, December 27th through the 31st. SunsetAutoFamily.com.
All right, here's a quick confession. The reason Nick, my wife, is going to Longevity Medical Clinic is because why?
I got sick of watching you sleep at night when I was awake.
Wait a minute. Wait. Here's what would happen. I'd be asleep because I've got my hormones balanced thanks to Longevity Medical Clinic. I'm asleep, and then Nick would go, "Are you asleep? Are you sleeping? That's not fair. I can't sleep." I'm like, "So you're going to wake me up?"
Yes, because I didn't want you to have more energy than I would the next day, and I was up all night.
So what did I say to you? I said, so go to the Longevity Medical Clinic. Do the same thing I did. Get your hormones balanced. You'll sleep better, right?
And I did.
Right. You don't have to wake me up anymore and go, it's not fair that you're sleeping.
I know.
But didn't you see that it wasn't fair that you were waking me up?
Yes, because now you're the one taking the dogs out because I'm still asleep in the morning.
So we're both getting good night's sleep. We're both getting lots of energy, and we're happy.
You want me to tell you why? Because my hormones are now balanced.
Okay, I don't want to hear about your hormones right now. So be like Nick and get a free health analysis at lmclinic.com. That's lmclinic.com.
Happy New Year's from the Jason Rantz Show. Enjoy this Fox News special.
Welcome back to this Fox News Radio special, 2025, A Year of Transition.
I'm Gianna Gelosi. As 2025 comes to a close, we look back at the true crime cases that captured and rattled the nation. From high-profile retrials to shocking pleas, these legal dramas defined the year. In June, a Massachusetts jury cleared Karen Reed of second-degree murder, manslaughter, and leaving the scene in the 2022 death of her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe.
No one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have.
I have and my team.
Instead, jurors convicted her only of a lesser charge, operating under the influence. The verdict shocked supporters and critics alike, reigniting debates over police conduct, evidence handling, and theories of a cover-up. In New York, 2025 also brought a pivotal retrial for disgraced Hollywood mogul Harvey Weinstein. In June, a jury found him guilty of one of the top charges, criminal sexual act involving a 2006 allegation from a production assistant, but acquitted him on a second sexual assault charge and failed to reach a unanimous verdict on a third. Weinstein's lawyer, Arthur Aidala.
Harvey Weinstein became the poster boy for the Me Too movement, and after almost 20 women came out in courthouses across the nation, there's one conviction.
Now, this conviction is in addition to a 16-year sentence that Weinstein has yet to serve after being convicted of sex crimes in Los Angeles. Meanwhile, a decades-old crime returned to the headlines with the parole hearings for Eric Menendez and Lyle Menendez, sentenced in the 1989 killings of their parents. In August, a California parole board denied both brothers' release, citing continuing concerns over their behavior in prison, including rule violations that, in the board's view, undermined claims of rehabilitation. In September, they were denied a new trial. Los Angeles DA Nathan Hochman.
Is the reason that you killed your parents because they sexually abused you? Answered under oath, no. So then what was the reason? Because they said our parents were going to kill us that night.
Back in New York, music mogul Sean Diddy Combs was convicted in July of 2 counts of transporting people for prostitution, while he was acquitted of the more serious charges, including racketeering and sex trafficking. Diddy's attorney, Mark Agnifilo.
They listened to every word, and they got the situation right, or certainly right enough.
In October, a judge sentenced him to more than 4 years behind bars, plus a $500,000 fine and 5 years of supervised release. And weeks after his trial was set to begin, Brian Kohberger pleaded guilty in July to 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of burglary for the brutal 2022 stabbing deaths of 4 University of Idaho students. As part of the plea deal, the death penalty was taken off the table. A judge sentenced him to 4 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. Paul Moreau is a Fox News legal and criminal justice contributor and host of the Fox True Crime podcast. He tells us what cases are on the docket for 2026.
Looking ahead to 2026, there are going to be a number of high-profile cases that we'll be tracking. We're going to go with our top 3 in terms of public interest right now. Now, the one that is most likely to see trial in 2026 is the so-called Gilgo Beach murders and the accused Rex Heuermann. Heuermann is at present accused of murdering at least 7 women, many of them sex workers, and disposing of those bodies in the Gilgo Beach area of Long Island. Now, a firm trial date has not been publicly announced yet, but this case has been going on for a while, and it's well into motion practice. That is to say, the 2 sides are arguing out the evidence, and that is a sign that things are moving. And so we assess that in 2026, we will see a trial relative to Gilgo Beach, a trial that's going to hinge very heavily on DNA because of the time. A lot of these murders are well over 10 years old. Next up would likely be, in terms of those that'll see a courtroom this year, the infamous Luigi Mangione case. Luigi Mangione, accused of shooting Brian Thompson in Midtown Manhattan as part of a scheme to bring to light the inequities in the insurance industry. Now, what's interesting about the Mangione case is that he faces both state and federal charges. The state case had terrorism in it, but that has since been thrown out. And so on both levels, Mangione is facing basic murder charges. The federal case, however, could carry the death penalty. Of the 2, while the state case generally moves quicker because of the public interest, we assess that Mangione's federal case very well may be the one we see in 2026. And finally, there is the possibility that Tyler Robinson will see the inside of a courtroom for trial, if he goes to trial, in 2026 for the shooting murder of Charlie Kirk. That is the one that's most recent. But because the charges there are state charges, federal charges have not been filed out there yet. On the state case, things tend to move more quickly. That case should potentially, before the end of 2026, come to a resolution on first-degree murder charges. And once again, Tyler Robinson could be facing the death penalty in Utah. And there are other cases that will likely hit the headlines during 2026, but certainly those three will garner significant public interest, and we'll be tracking them here at the Fox True Crime Podcast. I am Paul Morrow, and we'll see you then.
Thank you for joining us for this Fox News Radio special. We look forward to covering the events of 2026, a midterm election year, and a Winter Olympics year. And most importantly, when we celebrate our country's 250th birthday in July. From our family to yours, our best wishes for the holidays and Happy New Year.
Warning: the national debt is spiraling out of control. Trade wars are causing record volatility. And tariffs could cause inflation to make a devastating comeback. Are you ready for what more 2025 could bring? Will you sit on the sidelines and wait? Or will you take action today to help protect your hard-earned retirement savings? And what if you could do it tax-free and penalty-free? Find out more by requesting your free 2025 gold and silver kit from my partners at the top-rated precious metals company, Goldco. Plus, you can get an unlimited instant match on bonus silver if you qualify. Help secure your future today. Call 855-969-GOLD to learn more. That's 855-969-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Jason Rantz here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn from None Better Tax Resolution. When it comes to the technology that the IRS is using, they're updating systems that haven't been updated in decades. And while that might sound great for them, it's usually bad for the taxpayer who owes.
It is, and their systems, unfortunately, they're just legacy systems. If you try to make an inquiry on some things, it's like you got to know how to use programming language to find it. But they are working on updating that system, and I hope that really they do, because it'll serve us better, the taxpayer better, and get things done quicker. The other thing they're doing is AI, just like every organization. So they're already using it to some extent to put in profile of certain things that they want to look for in a taxpayer and find those people and go after them or see what's going on, why they're not getting their money.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, call Greg Nunn, None Better Tax Resolution, 425-947-1967, or Google NUNN, None Better Tax Resolution.
Woodworker, check. Metalworker or material handler, check. Equipment Sales and Surplus in Auburn offers competitive pricing on leading brands like Jet, Powermatic, Wilton, Bailey, and others. Whether you're a hobbyist or a fabrication shop needing metal forming machines, they have hundreds of machines and accessories. The only dealer offering scratch and dent and discounted items. Check them out in Auburn. EquipmentSalesandSurplus.com, your go-to for woodworking, metalworking, or material handling. That's EquipmentSalesandSurplus.com.
Thanks for calling CM Heating.
Aren't you the company that gives away free furnaces?
That's us. Buy a qualifying high-efficiency cooling system and the furnace is free.
Wow.
Yeah, and our home comfort advisors are tax credit and rebate specialists, so they'll handle the rebate for you.
Go to CM Heating for better comfort, lower bills, and a free furnace you'll love for years. Get your free estimate for furnace replacement at cmheating.com. And remember, for furnaces, fireplaces, hot water, and total home comfort, including electrical,
there's no beating CM Heating.
Seattle Red on 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO FM, HD3 Tacoma Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastlake, 33 BU Seattle.
The final countdown. I'm Tom Graham, Fox News. It is 2026 around much of the globe. Well, in New York's famed Times Square, the countdown is underway as revelers deal with below freezing temperatures.
Happy New Year. 29 degrees here in New York City, but the million people here in Times Square don't care. The party has started. The biggest Times Square ball ever. It's the Constellation Ball. Atop one Times Square, you can see it illuminated. 5,280 crystals and LED light pucks. The thing is 12.5 feet wide, 12,000 pounds, and it's going to drop tonight, of course, at 11:59. We all know know about that. That's the big moment here in Times Square, but there's something different this year. At 12:04, it will go back up. 2,000 pounds of red, white, and blue confetti will descend on all of us here in Times Square to celebrate America's 250th birthday. Then coming up on July 4th, the ball will drop again.
Fox's Nate Foy in Times Square. Texas law enforcement now says body found of a missing 19-year-old.
The Bexar County Sheriff's Office said the body found Tuesday in the search for a missing girl is that of 19-year-old Camila Olmos. The identity was confirmed by the medical examiner. The brief statement also said Olmos died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. In comments Tuesday, Bexar County Sheriff Javier Salazar said a gun they were looking for was also found near the body, and that the teenager had, in his words, suicidal ideations and depression. He said the gun belonged to one of the girl's relatives. The investigation is continuing. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
President Trump announced he's dropping efforts to deploy National Guard troops in Chicago, L.A., and Portland, Oregon, making the announcement on Truth Social. America is listening to Fox News.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever, best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
10 athletes will face the toughest job interview in fitness that will push past physical and mental breaking points. You are the fittest of the fit. Only one of you will leave here with an iFit contract for $250,000.
This is when mindset comes in.
Someone will be eliminated.
Pressure is coming down.
Trainer Games on Prime Video January 8th. Watch the trailer on trainergames.com.
I'm Liz Clayman, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Not a holly jolly day on Wall Street Wednesday, as stocks finishing the last day of 2025 in negative territory. The Dow losing 304 points, S&P ending down 51, NASDAQ falling 177. Stocks having a fourth straight negative session. But there's still a reason to be merry. All three indexes grabbing a third straight year of double-digit percentage gains. The S&P closing out 2025 with a 16% gain. Big tech, the top dog on Wall Street in 2025, thanks to the AI boom. The Magnificent Seven stocks gained 23% on average. Chip giant NVIDIA holding the distinction of becoming the first company worth $5 trillion. Its stock surged 40% in 2025. And that's your Fox Business Report. I'm Laura Cantor, invested in you.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S. Ethos.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
Start the new year taking active liver supplements from New Nordic. Online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com or at CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Is it time to get your home sold? Nick Southard with Upgrade Realty here. Selling hundreds of homes around the Sound for over 25 years has taught me presentation is everything. And with my luxurious marketing, you'll attract tons of buyers, sell fast at top dollar, and net more money. Because Upgrade Realty will save you thousands in fees for only 1% listing commission. To learn more, visit upgraderealty.com. Upgrade your listing for 1%. Upgraderealty.com.
Jason Rantz on Fox News.
Have you seen restaurant closures in Seattle?
They're happening nonstop.
And every afternoon, 3 to 7 on Seattle Red.
They're struggling with Washington state cost mandates.
They again raised the minimum wage to over $21, and at the same time, they took away the tip credit.
On Seattle Red.
This is a special presentation of Fox News during the Jason Rantz Show on this New Year's Eve.
The Fox News Rundown, a contrast of perspectives you won't hear anywhere else. Your daily dose of news twice a day, featuring insight from top newsmakers, reporters, and Fox News contributors. Listen and subscribe now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com. Hello and Happy New Year. Welcome to this Fox News radio special, Donald Trump on the world stage. The president's impact on foreign policy in 2025 was undeniable. It can be felt on current wars, conflicts he helped end, and in action taken to prevent problems from growing larger. We begin in a region where President Trump's actions were felt most directly, the Middle East.
I'm Jared Halpern at the White House. A day before President Biden handed off the presidency to President Trump on January 19th, hostages were freed from Gaza and humanitarian aid poured over the border.
And after so much pain, destruction, loss of life, today the guns in Gaza have gone silent.
President Trump inherited a ceasefire brokered by negotiators from both the outgoing and incoming administrations. In reviving hope, the war, launched after Hamas's terror attack in Israel on October 7th, 2023, could come to an end.
I have no assurances that it'll hold. I mean, I've seen people brutalized. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. No, I have no guarantees that the peace is going to hold.
On February 4th, as the ceasefire was still in place, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu visited the White House, and President Trump unveiled an unprecedented proposal, a U.S. takeover of Gaza to rebuild the war-torn territory and resettle Palestinians.
We're going to develop it, create thousands and thousands of jobs, and it'll be something that the entire Middle East can be very proud of.
That idea lacked buy-in from Arab partners, and by the end of the year, a U.S. proposal did not include U.S. troops in Gaza as part of a stabilization force. Fighting resumed in Gaza on March 18th as Israel launched a surprise offensive, ending the January ceasefire and sending diplomats from the U.S. and the Middle East back to the negotiating table. At the same time, Israel's government expanded operations, targeting not just Hamas, but Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Houthis in Yemen, and in June, Israeli jets launched attacks on Iranian nuclear and missile sites, setting off a nearly 2-week war between the two countries. On June 22nd, the U.S. joined Israel, launching Operation Midnight Hammer. B-2 bombers and F-35 and F-22 fighters flew into Iran, hitting 3 uranium and nuclear production facilities.
Tonight I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier.
That attack and a ceasefire between Iran and Israel are credited with resetting the balance of ceasefire talks in Gaza, with Hamas further isolated by a weakened Iran and other terror proxies in the region. President Trump says it also serves to rebalance the entire Middle East, telling Saudi leaders in November,
"We took the dark cloud away from your country. It was called Iran and its nuclear capability, and we obliterated that very quickly and strongly and powerfully."
In the weeks that followed, U.S. negotiators, led by Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, shuttled between the U.S., Europe, and the Middle East to broker another ceasefire that would secure the release of dozens of remaining hostages. What came from that was a 20-point peace plan that would see all living and dead hostages returned to Israel, a ceasefire, an Israeli withdrawal from parts of Gaza, a disarmament of Hamas, and the creation of a temporary civilian government in Gaza. President Trump outlined it standing next to Israel's prime minister on September 29th.
I hope that we're going to have a deal for peace. And if Hamas rejects the deal, which is always possible, they're the only one left. Everyone else has accepted it. But I have a feeling that we're going to have a positive answer.
A few days later, on October 9th, Hamas officially accepted Phase 1 of the agreement, setting up a 72-hour deadline to return all hostages, starting with the 20 that were still alive. In the weeks since, there have been accusations from both sides of ceasefire violations, and skirmishes have been deadly, with Israel carrying out strikes in what they say are terror targets and threats to IDF soldiers, and militants firing on Israeli soldiers. It is testing a tenuous calm in Gaza as the hard work of fulfilling other aspects of that peace plan have slowed, including the demilitarization of Hamas and other terror groups, and setting up an international stabilization force to work alongside Palestinian security forces. Fox News chief foreign correspondent Trey Yinks has covered every day of the conflict and written a first-hand account of the October 7th attacks titled Black Saturday. He joins us as we discuss the path to peace so far in the region and the path ahead in the new year. As somebody who has covered this from that horrific day 2 years ago to now, how fragile or secure in your reporting is this ceasefire right now between Israel and Hamas?
So the ceasefire is holding right now, but the dynamic is very different in the Middle East because there's a real understanding that given the events of the past 2 years, whether it be the war inside Gaza in the aftermath of October 7th, the conflict with Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, or the broader war with Iran and its proxies in places like Yemen, the situation has changed. And so there is a real understanding that there's a chance now for more normalization deals in the Middle East as a result of the ceasefire inside Gaza, an off-ramp for the possibility of another round of conflict between Israel and Iran, the chance that there could be some level of progress between the Israelis and Palestinians, in part by ushering in a new government to the Gaza Strip. And they want to see this ceasefire hold and ultimately enter into Phase 2 that would see Hamas disarming. And they also would like to see an international stabilization force made up by allied countries that are willing to commit soldiers as a peacekeeping force that would be overseen by U.S. Central Command. And so the first step in all of this is the ceasefire in Gaza not only holding but progressing into Phase 2. We have to wait and see what happens, but for right now, we are still in Phase 1 of this ceasefire. Hamas still must release the bodies of 3 hostages that are held within Gaza that they are reportedly looking for with the assistance of Israeli intelligence and Egyptian teams who are actually entering Gaza to help the Red Cross and Hamas find these bodies. And then if that takes place and these negotiations behind the scenes continue, you could see this Phase 2 ultimately come into play and all of this move forward as planned. And then the broader possibility that if it continues to progress and the war is over in a broader sense, that it could usher in a new period of prosperity to the Middle East.
In Israel, do they view this war as ongoing or over?
They view the war differently depending on who you ask in Israel. There is a wide political spectrum here, as there is in many countries. You have many who are loyal to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his far-right coalition that say this ceasefire is simply a pause in the fighting. They believe that Israel will have to go back to war to disarm Hamas. Those on the left are hopeful that this is going to lead to a new period of humanization for all people involved, and hopefully an opportunity to have Gaza once again be a place that is a neighbor of Israel, as it saw before Hamas took control in 2006, where you had Palestinians from Gaza coming to the market in Tel Aviv to sell strawberries, and you had Israelis going to Gaza to eat seafood. As for the conflict itself, the one sort of key issue here is whether or not Hamas will disarm. Now, they told President Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff and also his son-in-law Jared Kushner they're willing to do so. But the reality on the ground is quite different, and we still see Hamas in control of almost half of Gaza. They still have weapons. And so if they are unwilling to disarm and fulfill phase 2 of the ceasefire agreement, this could lead to a scenario where Israel goes back to war inside Gaza with the support of the Trump administration, understanding that diplomatic efforts were exhausted.
What was the Trump administration able to do that the Biden administration and really previous this is not a new conflict, right, that previous administrations had not been able to accomplish between the Israelis and the Palestinians, the Israelis and Hamas?
President Trump was able to get the ball across the finish line as it relates to a ceasefire that at least temporarily has ended the war between Israel and Hamas. And the deal that ultimately was agreed upon is not so different from a deal that was being discussed under the Biden administration toward the beginning of last year. What changed, though, is that President Trump sent Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff to Egypt and basically laid down an ultimatum for Hamas that things would get a lot worse for the organization and they would have no leverage if they didn't agree to this framework that was put forward by President Trump, a 20-point peace plan. Now, there are certainly other issues to think about. When we look at the situation in Gaza, we can focus on that, and that is certainly seen as the first step in all of this. But you do have these Iranian proxies across the region, like Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, where the Israelis continue to strike this group each and every day. And then you have the Iranian regime itself that is estimated to still have hundreds of missiles, although its nuclear program is largely destroyed. And according to recent interviews with officials in Tehran, they are not enriching uranium at any facilities anymore.
I am glad, Trey, that you mentioned that Iran strike. How much of a game changer in ending the war in Gaza, or at least reaching a ceasefire in Gaza, was that U.S. action?
I think more importantly, the U.S. strike on Iranian nuclear facilities over the summer ended basically the war between Israel and Iran, at least temporarily. Again, they could exchange strikes and missile fire in the future. That's not totally off the table. But as it relates to the 12-day war that we covered on the ground in Israel, it stopped a very dangerous conflict. And so that certainly was a game changer in that conflict. And it did, according to the president, lay the groundwork to reach this ceasefire. And I say according to the president because I interviewed President Trump when he came to Israel just minutes after he addressed the Israeli Knesset. And that's exactly what he told me. He said that this laid the groundwork for the ceasefire and the dynamic change across the Middle East.
Over the last year, how has the relationship been between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu?
According to our reporting, it has been up and down. There is a public line that is always given by both the Americans and the Israelis that they are the closest friends and the closest allies, certainly in the region for the United States. But on a political level, there certainly has been frustration, according to our reporting. They have not always seen eye to eye on a path forward. But at least right now, they continue to speak positively of each other, and we have seen those references not only when Israel's prime minister visited the White House earlier this year, but also a number of statements that we've heard from President Trump as it relates to the current situation and the ongoing coordination between the Israelis and the Americans.
Trey Yingst, I really appreciate this time, and more importantly, appreciate your fearless reporting this year. I look forward to following much more of it in the year ahead.
Thank you very much.
Stay tuned. More to come on this Fox News Radio special. Donald Trump on the world stage in just a moment.
We've got trade wars, rising costs, skyrocketing national debt, and a potential recession looming. It's no wonder gold keeps hitting record highs. With everything going on in the world, thousands of hard-working Americans are looking to get help diversifying their savings in precious metals like gold and silver, and they're turning to the top-rated gold company, Goldco. With over 6,000 five-star customer reviews, an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau, named Best for Customer Service from Money.com, and the industry's highest buyback guarantee, Goldco is a preferred precious metals company in the country. Right now, Goldco is offering you a free 2025 gold and silver kit. Plus, you can get an unlimited instant match and bonus silver if you qualify. Find out how you can help diversify your savings, tax and penalty free today. Call 855-969-GOLD. That's 855-969-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult with your financial and tax professional.
When the rain doesn't stop and the water begins to rise, a home shouldn't be left vulnerable. Heavy storms and flooding can cause lasting damage, but homeowners don't have to face it alone. Lake Atitlan Insulation specializes in water drainage solutions that protect properties and provide peace of mind. Call today before the damage is done. Lake Atitlan Insulation. Local, trusted, efficient. Visit lakeatitlaninsulation.com and schedule your free estimate today. Call 206-660-4624. Lake Atitlan Insulation, where warmth meets wisdom.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz with a rare situation at the Sunset Auto family. Their current used vehicle flooring firm is ceasing business on the West Coast. Because of market conditions and fluctuating book values, roughly 50 vehicles won't be picked up by a new flooring company. And that means Sunset has a deadline. These vehicles have to be gone by December 31st or they get sent to auction. Instead of paying expensive auction and transportation fees, Sunset is making these vehicles available directly to you at deep discounts. It's a 5-day only event, December 27th through the 31st. Financing is available as low as $4.99 APR for up to 72 months with no payments until late March. Credit approval takes just minutes. Everything happens at Sunset Certified Pre-Owned at the corner of Traffic and Harrison in Sumner, just a couple blocks from Sunset Chevrolet. Full details, including current market value for each vehicle, are online at sunsetautofamily.com. No sale prices are listed because all offers will be considered. Make an offer. Dealers, wholesalers, brokers are welcome. 5 days only, December 27th through the 31st. SunsetAutofamily.com.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight. But when you can't work, care for your kids, or even put food on the table, that diagnosis can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, a plastic surgeon who is proud to support Northwest Hope and Healing. Our mission is to provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare, so patients can focus on healing. For more than 25 years, Northwest Hope and Healing has distributed over $3 million to thousands of local cancer patients, and you can help make a difference in our community. Join us on Saturday, January 31st, for Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of fine wine, gourmet cuisine, and inspiration at Mary Hill Winery in the heart of Woodinville wine country. Get your tickets now for Cork, Fork, and Support on January 31st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
John Curley here. We value things that last. Local businesses, relationships, community. That's Madrona Financial and CPAs. They've been serving Washington families for decades, combining taxes and investments under one roof. Most firms just do one or the other, but not both. That's why Madrona offers the Madrona Analysis, a simple review of income, taxes, and investments in one plan. Call 833-673-7373 for your complimentary Madrona Analysis. Madrona Financial and CPAs. Local, trusted, and here to put the whole picture together.
Thanks for calling CM Heating. How can I help?
Yeah, hi. Aren't you the company that gives away free furnaces?
Yep, that's us. Buy a qualifying high-efficiency cooling system and the furnace is absolutely free.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, and our home comfort advisors are tax credit and rebate specialists, so we'll help you save the most and even handle the rebate process start to finish.
Amazing, but what if I just need a furnace?
All good. Furnaces start at just $69.99 a month. And don't forget to ask about our clean air upgrades, because with all the smoke from wildfires, these systems filter out pollen, dust, and harmful particles, keeping the air in your home clean and healthy all year long.
Sweet.
Go to CM Heating for better comfort, lower bills, a free furnace you'll love for years, and cleaner air for your home. Get your free estimate for furnace replacement at cmheating.com. And remember, for furnaces, fireplaces, hot water, total home comfort, and electrical service,
There's no beating CM Heating.
Welcome back to this Fox News radio special, Donald Trump on the world stage.
I'm Jonathan Savage. There are two main things President Donald Trump wants to stop from crossing the United States borders: illegal migrants and illegal drugs. He made it clear as far back as January that where narcotics were concerned, he could go further than some of his predecessors.
Cartels are now going to be seen as foreign terror organizations. Would you think about ordering U.S. Special Forces into Mexico to take them out?
Could happen. Stranger things have happened.
But as it turned out, Mexico wasn't the focus of the most notable U.S. military action against the drug trade.
The U.S. carried out a strike in the southern Caribbean against a drug-carrying vessel that departed from Venezuela.
The Coast Guard blowing up a suspected drug boat as part of Operation Pacific Viper.
Ainsley, good morning. Another narco boat going up in flames, this time at the hands of the Coast Guard.
This months-long campaign of airstrikes at sea has seen over 20 boats destroyed in the Pacific and the Caribbean. Scores of people the US government describes as narco-terrorists have been killed, and it's been controversial. Critics allege due process was ignored, some Latin American leaders outraged, plus many Democrats and a few Republicans with questions about legality. President Trump insisted the strikes were legal. Fair game was his phrase. War Secretary Pete Hegseth with a forceful defense.
We're deadly serious about this mission, but we're also deadly serious in the way that we undertake it. We have the best intelligence, the best lawyers, the best process.
The US government has more than one tool in its belt, however. While the hammer came down on alleged traffickers, a vice tightened around governments President Trump believes aren't doing enough to stop them. None more so than that of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. It's alleged Maduro is the head of a group called the Cartel of the Suns. The US government declared the cartel a foreign terrorist organization. Attorney General Pam Bondi.
Today, the Department of Justice and State Department are announcing a historic $50 million reward for information leading to the arrest of Nicolas Maduro.
President Maduro rejects the allegations, but on his doorstep amassed an almighty force of US military hardware: fighter jets, bombers, marines, drones and spy planes, and America's newest and largest aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald R. Ford. President Trump even authorized covert CIA action.
Nuestra diplomacia no es la diplomacia de las cañoneras.
Our diplomacy, retorted Nicolas Maduro, is not gunboat diplomacy. Over these last few months, as we watched this military build-up, the natural questions arose.
Would you like to see regime change in Venezuela? Well, we're not talking about that, but we are talking about the fact that you had an election which was a very strange election.
In any event, all these moves got the attention of President Maduro in Caracas.
Not war, not war, not war. Just peace, just peace, just peace.
But also saying his military would defend their country against what he called any foreign threat. But of course, it's not just Venezuela in the proverbial crosshairs of the Trump administration.
We made a lot of progress with Venezuela in terms of stopping drugs from pouring in. But we have a Mexico problem, we have a Colombia problem.
The Colombia problem, again linked to drugs pouring over the US border, appears to have become somewhat personal. President Trump exchanged insults with President Gustavo Petro.
Now, he's a thug, and he's a bad guy, and he's hurt his country very badly. They're doing very poorly, Colombia.
President Petro's response to reportedly call President Trump a barbarian.
Literalmente, el señor Trump está contra la humanidad.
And here at the COP30 climate summit, describing him as against humanity for not turning up. Beyond the insults, Colombia halted intelligence sharing with the US over the strikes on suspected drug boats. The US slapped sanctions on President Petro and halted the supply of aid. And Mexico, the country President Trump mentioned back in January.
Would I launch strikes in Mexico to stop drugs? It's okay with me. Whatever we have to do to stop drugs.
The war on drugs may be the longest and arguably least successful war America's ever fought. It's a part of history the Trump administration is trying to change, whether you like their methods or not.
Stay tuned. More to come on this Fox News radio special, Donald Trump on the world stage, in just a moment.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There is a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man age 45 non-smoker can get $1 billion of coverage for $75 per month level rate for 10 years, or a man age 50 non-smoker can obtain $500,000 coverage for a month premium of $110 level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for a new or replacement term life insurance, call Term Busters today for a quote at 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, 1-800-908-7636. Rate and availability may vary by state. Sample quotes based on preferred non-smoker. Underwriting and exam required. Call 1-800-908-7636 for details. Paid for by Robert Levinger, insurance agent.
A&G here for Trajan Wealth, and it is truly never too early to plan for your retirement. Maybe it's decades away, maybe right around the corner. Either way, Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors can ensure you're going to feel prepared for that big financial shift in your life. Contact Trajan Wealth today to learn more.
Maybe that's happened already. When your portfolio reaches $500,000, the stakes and opportunities really change. Let Trajan Wealth help you maximize those opportunities. So call today to learn more.
The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth understand that no two retirement plans are the same, so they offer guidance on a variety of financial objectives, all custom tailored to you. Give Trajan Wealth a call today at 206-203-4400. That's 206-203-4400 or TrajanWealth.com to schedule a complimentary introductory meeting. It's TRAJAN Wealth.com.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC. SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers,
we've been overindulging a little more than usual over the holidays. But now, we are starting the new year off on a healthier note by taking Active Liver supplements from New Nordic every day.
Active Liver contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract, all natural ingredients that help protect the liver so that it can protect you from toxins. It's like giving my body a daily detox. I've never felt better, and my energy is through the roof.
And my doctor is already impressed with how much better my numbers are looking. So if better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today and start the year off knowing you're giving your liver some well-deserved relief.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or pick some up today at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery. Are now available at Wegmans. New year, new you, new Nordic.
Thanks for calling CM Heating. How can I help?
Yeah, hi. Aren't you the company that gives away free furnaces?
Yep, that's us. Buy a qualifying high-efficiency cooling system and the furnace is absolutely free.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, and our home comfort advisors are tax credit and rebate specialists, so we'll help you save the most and even handle the rebate process start to finish.
Amazing, but what if I just need a furnace?
All good. Furnaces start at just $69.99 a month. And don't forget to ask about our clean air upgrades, because with all the smoke from wildfires, these systems filter out pollen, dust, and harmful particles, keeping the air in your home clean and healthy all year long.
Sweet.
Go to CM Heating for better comfort, lower bills, a free furnace you'll love for years, and cleaner air for your home. Get your free estimate for furnace replacement at cmheating.com. And remember, for furnaces, fireplaces, hot water, total home comfort, and electrical service,
there's no beating CM Heating. Hey, it's Jason Rantz with a rare situation at the Sunset Auto family. Their current used vehicle flooring firm is ceasing business on the West Coast. Because of market conditions and fluctuating book values, roughly 50 vehicles won't be picked up by a new flooring company. And that means Sunset has a deadline. These vehicles have to be gone by December 31st or they get sent to auction. Instead of paying expensive auction and transportation fees, Sunset is making these vehicles available directly to you at deep discounts. It's a 5-day-only event, December 27th through the 31st. Financing is available as low as $4.99 APR for up to 72 months with no payments until late March. Credit approval takes just minutes. Everything happens at Sunset Certified Pre-Owned at the corner of Traffic and Harrison in Sumner, just a couple blocks from Sunset Chevrolet. Full details, including current market value for each vehicle, are online at sunsetautofamily.com. No sale prices are listed because all offers will be considered. Make an offer. Dealers, wholesalers, brokers are welcome. 5 days only, December 27th through the 31st. SunsetAutofamily.com.
Welcome back to this Fox News radio special, Donald Trump on the world stage.
Once again, I'm Jonathan Savage. So how, in the year 2025, did we get from this...
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel.
...to this.
President Zelensky, you look fabulous in that suit.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, you look good.
I said the same thing.
2 Oval Office meetings months apart, both featuring President Donald Trump and his Ukrainian counterpart Volodymyr Zelensky. It's an evolving personal relationship that's had massive ramifications for war and for peace, for the fates of nations and for the lives of millions. Let's go back to that ugly spat in February. Ukraine's leader, embattled after 3 years of war, came to Washington hoping his country's biggest backer would continue its unwavering support under a new administration.
You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country, that's back to you, far more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once?
Backed up by Vice President J.D. Vance, President Trump expressed offence at what he saw as a lack of gratitude and kicked his guest out before lunch. For Ukraine, it was situation critical, but as it turned out, not terminal. That's partly because European allies were treating the US-Ukraine relationship like a patient in intensive care. Chief Surgeon, NATO Secretary-General Mark Rutte.
I just want to recognize your decisive action on Iran.
Thank you.
You are a man of strength, but you're also a man of peace.
Unlike in his first term, European leaders went out of their way to praise Donald Trump's policies and practices and to avoid embarrassing disputes.
Let him fight for about 2-3 minutes, then it's easy to stop him.
And then Daddy has to sometimes use strong language against them.
The approach was noticed by journalists at the NATO summit in June.
The language that you have used when talking to Donald Trump has been notable because of its flattery. Today you called him Daddy, and you sent a text message to him that was gushing with praise. Is this the way that you feel that you have to act when doing business with the US president, through flattery and praise? Isn't it a bit demeaning, and doesn't it make you look weak?
No, I don't think so. I think it's a bit of a question of taste, but I think he's a good friend.
Persistent and gentle lobbying from European friends was intended to ensure Ukraine continued to receive American diplomatic and military support. And at Pope Francis's funeral in the spring, in an image shared around the world, Presidents Trump and Zelensky spoke intensely and productively, inches apart, under the dome of St. Peter's Basilica. The sighs of relief in European capitals could probably be heard in Moscow. There was another key relationship that evolved this year and was equally crucial to how attempts at peace in Ukraine developed. That was, of course, President Trump's relationship with Russia's Vladimir Putin. May 9th is Victory Day in Russia, celebration of the defeat of Nazi Germany. President Putin surveyed his military might with guest of honour Chinese President Xi Jinping. But this military had failed to conquer a much smaller neighbour despite 3 years of trying. Perhaps, as President Trump put it, Russia had become a paper tiger. Months before Victory Day, Donald Trump thought he might have found a way to at least pause the war.
Ukraine, ceasefire, just agreed to a little while ago. Now we have to go to Russia and hopefully President Putin will agree to that also.
President Trump has long talked about his hopes for a strong relationship with his Russian counterpart. He's praised his intellect and his strength, and he believed he could persuade Putin to silence his guns. But Vladimir Putin didn't agree to a ceasefire, at least not without conditions Ukraine could never accept. Donald Trump admitted he was very angry.
He's killing a lot of people, and I don't know what the hell happened to Putin. I've known him a long time, always gotten along with him, but he's sending rockets into cities and killing people, and I don't like it at all.
Europeans and Ukrainians tried to drive home the message that Vladimir Putin wasn't really interested in peace.
Russia clearly wants war, whereas Ukraine wants peace. So in order to make Russia want peace, we need to put more pressure on Russia.
Without pressure, Putin will just keep playing games with everyone who wants this war to end.
And guess what?
We're going to send some more weapons. We have to. They have to be able to defend themselves. They're getting hit very hard now.
But the push for peace continued. He may have found Vladimir Putin to be less keen on ending the war than he expected, but President Trump was still willing to roll out the red carpet in the hope of striking a deal. A historic summit in Alaska. For Vladimir Putin, a chance to come in from the geopolitical wilderness. For Donald Trump, a chance to find out who he's really negotiating with.
So there's no deal until there's a deal. Again, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one, huh?
Stalemate. No promises, no concessions, and crucially no ceasefire. And for some that sums up the state of the war in Ukraine in 2025. But a lot has changed. More weapons for Ukraine, although now sold rather than donated, and no more dressings down for Volodymyr Zelensky in the Oval Office. Russian oil firms sanctioned, though many hoped for tougher action, and a sense that Vladimir Putin is no longer seen as an ally in waiting. For more, we're speaking with Kurt Volker, former US ambassador to NATO and former special representative for Ukraine negotiations, on his thoughts on the war. So we're looking back on 2025, and what would you say, what progress would you say has been made towards peace in Ukraine?
Two things that I think have been significant. One of them is getting the U.S. and Ukraine largely in alignment about having a ceasefire right away, so calling for peace, having that, and having an economic interest in Ukraine, this minerals deal, so-called, and really creating this investment fund. That's one big thing, getting the U.S. and Ukraine aligned. The second is Trump putting a lot of pressure on Europe to get Europe to do a lot more. So they are spending now, committed to spend 5% of GDP on defense, financial support for Ukraine, movement towards seizing the frozen Russian assets, talk of a coalition of the willing deploying to Ukraine. So those are two big steps. The third one that has not happened is getting any movement by Putin toward ending the war. Putin has rejected all of Trump's efforts to cajole, to entice, to push. He has simply decided he wants to continue the war. And that's where we are still stuck. We have this so-called peace plan, which is about suggesting to the Ukrainians that they just accept Russia's maximalist positions. That's clearly not going to happen. This plan is going nowhere. And I think we remain stuck in that scenario where we have not yet done what it takes to get Putin to decide to end the war.
Let's drill down a bit into the issues that you referred to there. I want to start with the idea of US-Ukrainian alignment, because at the start of the year, President Trump and President Zelensky seemed far from aligned. We saw that excruciating meeting in the Oval Office where President Trump, Vice President Vance seemed to be dressing down the Ukrainian leader. But President Trump's position seems to have evolved somewhat. Would you agree with that?
I think in some ways his position has evolved because he has come to understand that Putin is really not interested in peace, that Putin just wants to keep the war going. Early on in his administration, I think he thought that he could cut a deal with Putin. He felt like, it would be perfectly reasonable. Putin should want to end the war as much as anyone, stop all this senseless loss of life, start making money again, get sanctions lifted. And Putin has rejected those things. So Trump, I think, has realized that Putin's not interested in peace. So that's one side of things. On the other hand, Trump has always just wanted to see an end to the war. And he was concerned back in February, and you talk about that meeting in the Oval Office, that the more aid we give to Ukraine, the more Ukraine keeps fighting. And his goal is to provide aid so that they can defend themselves in the future, so that they stop fighting and there's a peace, and then they'll be strong enough to deter future attacks. So he was very frustrated in talking with Zelensky that he thought Zelensky wanted to continue the war. The Ukrainians and the U.S. side clarified that, no, we both want peace. We both want peace as soon as possible. We'll take an immediate ceasefire. And that, I think, then then is where the U.S. and Ukraine were truly in alignment.
I was at the NATO summit in the Netherlands, and I was struck by how President Trump's relations with European leaders seemed to be much warmer than they had been in the past. And I was wondering whether you feel like they had been trying to persuade President Trump to alter his view on Europe and on Ukraine, and whether they were successful in that.
Well, first off, I completely agree with you. He has a lot more close relationships with European leaders than he did in his first term. And those European leaders are more accepting of President Trump and more willing to work with him than were European leaders in his first term. As you remember, there was a lot of ridicule of President Trump in his first term, which he resented. And it led to some very bad relationships, very different situation this time around. They are having some influence on Trump's thinking because they are stepping up to the plate. They are committing to spend more money on defense. They are committing to spend resources to support Ukraine, buying American ammunition and weapons and so forth. So I think when Trump sees that Europe is willing to do its part, he is more sympathetic to working with Europe.
You obviously spent over more than 2 years working with Ukraine and Ukrainians. How will they be feeling at this time? Will they be feeling optimistic?
Look, the Ukrainians have been through everything. They've seen everything. I don't think they're surprised. They're frustrated. They know that they are on their own in the end, that they can't rely on others. The Budapest Memorandum is a stark reminder that they were promised security assurances in the past for giving up nuclear weapons. And then when they were attacked by Russia, nobody did anything. So they're very cynical and very realistic about all of these things.
Okay, crystal ball time, cards on the table. When will this war end, and what will it take to end the war? Who will be happier? Who will be more frustrated when the war does end?
Well, no one will be happy, guaranteed. I would have thought that if we had squeezed Putin harder already this year, we could have gotten to a ceasefire by Christmas. I think Putin is feeling like he is having success with his overnight bombings and terrorizing the Ukrainian civilian population. He is making incremental gains on the front line, and he's getting, people like Witkoff to make proposals on Russia's behalf. So I don't think he feels any pressure to have a ceasefire now. That being said, if we do put in place secondary sanctions, we keep the weapons flows to Ukraine, Europe continues its substantial support for Ukraine, we can get enough pressure on Putin's finances that we could get a ceasefire sometime next year. And I think that is quite possible. And once there's a ceasefire, I don't expect there ever to be an agreement. Putin will never relent on his maximalist demands. It relies on us and Ukrainians to deter future Russian attacks by making sure Ukraine has sufficient strength and support. So that's where I think we end up. We end up with a ceasefire and deterrence sometime next year.
Kurt Volker, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Stay tuned. More to come on this Fox News Radio special. Donald Trump on the world stage in just a moment.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
Is it time to get your home sold? Nick Southard with Upgrade Realty here. Put my luxurious marketing to work for you and save thousands in fees for only 1% listing commission. Visit upgraderealty.com. Upgraderealty.com.
If you've waited all year to finally buy a real safe, this is your moment. It's Jason Rantz, and you're in luck. Northwest Safe in Enumclaw is clearing out inventory and making deals in their year-end clearance sale. It's live right now, and trust me, they are motivated. Northwest Safe has the biggest showroom in the region, exclusive rebates on Liberty safes with every size, fire rating, configuration you can think of. Whether you're securing firearms, jewelry, cash, documents, whatever it is, this is where you go. NWSafe.com. That's NWSafe.com or Northwest Safe in Enumclaw.
Hey, this is Pete from Hope Matters. Tune in this weekend when we'll talk with local business owners about everything in and around your home. Join us on Saturdays from 2 to 3 right here on Seattle Red, or listen to the podcast on mynorthwest.com.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets like precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels right here at Seattle Red, 9 a.m. Sunday mornings. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Kenny is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in for Kenny's insights and The Gold Show this Sunday morning at 9 a.m.
Feeling the chill this winter? Lake Atitlan Insulation helps Puget Sound homeowners stay warmer, lower energy bills, and enjoy lasting comfort every day. With expert insulation, you'll lock in heat and stop wasting money. And right now, generous Puget Sound energy rebates make upgrades more affordable than ever. So don't spend another cold season overpaying. Local, trusted, efficient. Schedule your free estimate today at lakeatitlaninsulation.com or call 206-660-4624. Lake Atitlan Insulation, where warmth meets wisdom.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Welcome back to this Fox News Radio special, Donald Trump on the world stage.
Once again, I'm Jared Halpern. President Trump says since taking office in January, he has ended 8 wars. And while the extent the U.S. played in ending each of those conflicts has been disputed, President Trump is getting an awful lot of credit from several of the leaders involved.
Today's great achievement is yet another testimony to your global leadership and your legacy as a statesman and a peacemaker on the world stage.
Armenia's Prime Minister Nokil Pashinyan joined Azerbaijan's President Ilham Aliyev at the White House during an event in August to sign a peace agreement ending a disputed border region between the two countries.
Mutual investment, trade, energy, connectivity, transit, AI, defense sales, counterterrorism. So all these areas where we had and hopefully will have very active cooperation in the future.
President Trump was also center of a signing ceremony between the leaders of Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo in December.
Today we commit to stopping decades of violence and bloodshed and to begin a new era of harmony and cooperation.
The administration hopes that agreement brings an end to about 30 years of fighting between Congo's military and rebel groups backed by Rwanda.
Very importantly, this agreement also creates a new framework for economic prosperity. There's tremendous wealth in that beautiful earth. It's beautiful earth, but it was stained badly with blood, tremendous amounts of blood.
In May, India and Pakistan exchanged fire amid a terror attack and skirmishes in long-disputed territory in the Kashmir region. President Trump says he ended the conflict by threatening tariffs and other trade sanctions on both countries.
We talked to them about trade. Let's do trade instead of do war. And Pakistan was very happy with that, and India was very happy with that, and I think they're on the way.
Pakistan's government has credited President Trump and U.S. diplomats for ending the crisis, though officials in India have downplayed the U.S. role. Peace between Thailand and Cambodia is also fragile, despite a ceasefire reached following days of fighting along the country's border region back in July. President Trump held talks with leaders of those countries ahead of that ceasefire deal. A signing ceremony was held in October during a summit of Asian nations in Malaysia.
But ask them to choose the path of prosperity and peace over needless bloodshed and war. At the end of July, after extremely productive discussions, we reached a ceasefire agreement.
The president has not shied away from using economic pressure at the negotiating table and credits tariffs for saving lives. He has also not shied away from his desire to win a Nobel Peace Prize for his diplomatic efforts.
The person who actually got the Nobel Prize called me and said, I'm accepting this in honor of you because you really deserved it. A very nice thing to do.
Several world leaders are nominating the president for next year's honor, including Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
He's forging peace as we speak in one country and one region after the other. So I want to present to you, Mr. President, the letter I sent to the Nobel Prize Committee. It's nominating you for the Peace Prize, which is well-deserved, and you should get it.
Peace Prize or not, the State Department did take one step to cement the president's legacy, renaming the U.S. Institute of Peace the Donald J. Trump Institute of Peace, explaining in a statement it's a reflection of the greatest deal-maker in our nation's history. During the past year, President Trump and his team of diplomats have shuttled the globe in hopes of ending the war between Russia and Ukraine, a conflict President Trump says he thought would be easy to solve. The president also hopes to expand the Abraham Accords, urging more Arab and Muslim nations to create ties with Israel, as a delicate ceasefire in Gaza could continue to challenge the Trump administration in 2026. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Thank you for joining us for the Fox News Radio Special. We look forward to covering President Trump's continuing impact on the world in 2026, as well as the events that will make the year special. It's going to be a midterm election year and a Winter Olympics year. And most importantly, on July 4th, we will celebrate our country's 250th birthday and the Declaration of Independence from England. From our family to yours, our best wishes for the holidays and Happy New Year.
Warning, the national debt is spiraling out of control. Trade wars are causing record volatility, and tariffs could cause inflation to make a devastating comeback. Are you ready for what more 2025 could bring? Will you sit on the sidelines and wait, or will you take action today to help protect your hard-earned retirement savings? And what if you could do it tax-free and penalty-free? Find out more by requesting your free 2025 gold and silver kit from my partners at the top-rated precious metals company, Goldco. Plus, you can get an unlimited instant match on bonus silver if you qualify. Help secure your future today. Call 855-969-GOLD to learn more. That's 855-969-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast, nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Ho, ho, ho! And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company. Pure Talk.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz with a rare situation at the Sunset Auto family. Their current used vehicle flooring firm is ceasing business on the West Coast. Because of market conditions and fluctuating book values, roughly 50 vehicles won't be picked up by a new flooring company. And that means Sunset has a deadline. These vehicles have to be gone by December 31st or they get sent to auction. Instead of paying expensive auction and transportation fees, Sunset is making these vehicles available directly to you at deep discounts. It's a 5-day only event, December 27th through the 31st. Financing is available as low as $4.99 APR for up to 72 months with no payments until late March. Credit approval takes just minutes. Everything happens at Sunset Certified Pre-Owned at the corner of Traffic and Harrison in Sumner, just a couple blocks from Sunset Chevrolet. Full details, including current market value for each vehicle, are online at sunsetautofamily.com. No sale prices are listed because all offers will be considered. Make an offer. Dealers, wholesalers, brokers are welcome. 5 days only, December 27th through the 31st. Sunset Auto Family.
Seattle Red on 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO FM HD3 Tacoma Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastlake, 33 BU Seattle.
A new year in just a bit. I'm Paul Stevens, Fox News. Cold temperatures, tight security, big crowd all set to ring in 2026 in New York City's Times Square.
The NYPD is working to enhance safety and security measures. They're also bringing in federal partners as well, not because of a specific threat. That's important to point out, but because of the massive crowd size, you just can't get around it. A lot of people coming from all over the country and all around the world. Drones are going to be in the sky to keep an eye from above. We have bomb squads on the ground, the K-9 units we saw walk by, and the security in the underground subway systems, which is always top of mind. At this point, NYPD says there are no credible threats, but they are prepared for everything. People have to be ready to stand outside for hours.
Fox's Alexis McAdams in New York. Congress investigating a fraud scheme alleged in Minnesota, responsible, some say, for the theft of more than $1 billion in money allocated for social services.
The House Oversight Committee has just announced it's holding hearings on the Minnesota fraud cases beginning next week. Chairman James Comer said in a statement that, quote, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison have either been asleep at the wheel or complicit in a massive fraud involving taxpayer dollars in Minnesota's social services programs. American taxpayers demand and deserve accountability for the theft of their hard-earned money. The committee says it has invited Governor Walz and Attorney General Ellison to testify at a hearing next month. Walz has said his administration has investigated fraud for years. Minnesota Republican Congressman Tom Emmer is also calling to denaturalize and deport any Somalis convicted of fraud.
And that's Fox's Rich Edson. President Trump dropping his push to send in National Guard troops to Chicago, Los Angeles, and Portland, Oregon. Following several legal challenges to that effort, he made the announcement on a New Year's Eve Truth Social post. America's listening to Fox News.
10 athletes will face the toughest job interview in fitness that will push past physical and mental breaking points. You are the fittest of the fit. Only one of you will leave here with an iFit contract for $250,000.
This is when mindset comes in.
Someone will be eliminated.
Pressure is coming down.
Trainer Games on Prime Video January 8th. Watch the trailer on trainergames.com.
Looking for something new? Try fencing, the Olympic and Paralympic sport that mixes speed, strategy, and fun. It's like chess meets cardio. Quick feet, quick decisions, and a satisfying beep when you score a point. Kids, teens, and adults can start anytime. No experience needed, and many clubs have loaner gear. Coaches teach fundamentals and safety from day one. Find a beginner class near you at usafencing.org/tryfencing. That's usafencing.org/tryfencing.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz with a rare situation at the Sunset Auto family. Their current used vehicle flooring firm is ceasing business on the West Coast. Because of market conditions and fluctuating book values, roughly 50 vehicles won't be picked up by a new flooring company. And that means Sunset has a deadline. These vehicles have to be gone by December 31st or they get sent to auction. Instead of paying expensive auction and transportation fees, Sunset is making these vehicles available directly to you at deep discounts. It's a 5-day only event, December 27th through the 31st. Financing is available as low as $4.99 APR for up to 72 months with no payments until late March. Credit approval takes just minutes. Everything happens at Sunset Certified Pre-Owned at the corner of Traffic and Harrison in Sumner, just a couple blocks from Sunset Chevrolet. Full details, including current market value for each vehicle, are online at sunsetautofamily.com. No sale prices are listed because all offers will be considered. Make an offer. Dealers, wholesalers, brokers are welcome 5 days only, December 27th through the 31st, sunsetautofamily.com. If you've waited all year to finally buy a real safe, this is your moment. It's Jason Rantz, and you're in luck. Northwest Safe in Enumclaw is clearing out inventory and making deals in their year-end clearance sale. It's live right now, and trust me, they are motivated. Northwest Safe has the biggest showroom in the region, exclusive rebates on Liberty safes with every size, fire rating, configuration you can think of. Whether you're securing firearms, jewelry, cash, documents, whatever it is, this is where you go. nwsafe.com. That's nwsafe.com or Northwest Safe in Enumclaw.
When the rain doesn't stop and the water begins to rise, a home shouldn't be left vulnerable. Heavy storms and flooding can cause lasting damage, but homeowners don't have